recognized. To shoot, is that a term that's used in training? Our officers trained to shoot until the active threat has stopped.
Yes, it's ultimately is that the officer, what they're perceived and what the action that's being produced that's causing that immediate threat of death or serious injury. Once that individual who's an active threat has ceased the demonstrated actions is when no longer that you would continue to respond accordingly with deadly force.
So in order for an officer to be continuing to respond with gunfire to an active threat, each and every time a target has to be identified. Each and every time the officer shoots.
Based on our training, you have to have those areas and those fundamentals as we've talked about.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gelhausen, you indicated you've been with LMPD for 14 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
What is your rank? What is your title?
A police officer.
Police officer?
Yes, sir.
And during your 14-year career, have you always been assigned to the Firearms Training Center?
No, sir.
How long have you been at the Firearms Training Center?
Since 2018.
What other kind of assignments have you had?
I've also been assigned to other duties within the training academy as a patrol officer, as well as some other specialty area assignments.
Have you ever participated in the execution of a search warrant during your career?
Yes, sir.
How many times?
I can't tell you the exact number off the top of my head, sir.
Do you agree with me that service of a search warrant is an inherently dangerous task?
Yes, sir, it is.
Have you ever been fired on when serving a search warrant?
No, sir.
Okay, we've established that LMPD officers must qualify twice a year, correct?
Yes, sir.
The spring is a short 4-hour qualification.
4-hour time period or an on duty that did come within an hour time block.
And then the fall qualification is the big one, correct?
Fall qualification is the 8-hour time period.
And you indicated that that runs from, what did you say, September through December?
Typically, it usually will start around September through December.
Okay, and I assume that you can't train everybody at the same time, correct?
What do you mean by that, sir?
Well, you can't train the whole department in one day. That's why it takes that period of time.
Correct, yes, sir.
So Brett Hankison, I think the document showed his fall qualification was October 21st or something like that.
Yes, I think as the document reflected, yes, sir.
And so he was with a group of how many people?
Usually for the fall qualifications, that the max sign up for that, or the number of people able to be enrolled for that time period, is 24 students.
And is that something that the officer himself signs up for, or does somebody say, here's the day you're going?
It could be either of those two.
Okay. The fall qualification, you indicated that there's some simulator training, correct?
Yes, sir.
First of all, there's a silhouette that they shoot at. Is that right? Not in the simulator training, but in the initial qualification.
During the qualifications, yes, sir, there is a silhouette type of target, a qualification target.
What is that, a paper target?
Yes, sir.
And they're shooting live rounds, correct?
Yes, sir. Live range ammunition.
Which is different from?
It's different than the duty ammunition. It's basically it's a range ammunition due to us being a lead-free frangible. It's a lead-free frangible ammunition because we're a lead-free range.
But does it have the same effect as duty ammunition?
The manufacturer states that it operates similarly, but not the same.
And who chooses? There's a bazillion different kinds of ammunition. Is that correct?
I don't know about
that may be an exaggeration.
There's a lot, yes, sir.
There's a lot, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who chooses the ammunition that the LMPD officers use?
So the Firearms Training Center does the research and provides the guidance, but ultimately the department command staff decides is what progression or what direction we're going. But most of the time they're relying ultimately on the Firearms Training Center's guidance and research.
And does everybody on the department use the same ammunition?
There for duty, are you referencing for duty ammunition?
For duty ammunition.
For duty ammunition, the department has one set type of duty ammunition for that caliber that officers are told that they should be carrying in accordance with policy.
And what kind of ammunition is that?
It's federal premium tactical, and it's a tactical hydroshock ammunition.
I don't know a whole lot about guns or ammunition, but I've heard the term hollow point versus round bullet. Is that a distinction?
It's similar, yes, it could be.
What is a hollow point?
So a hollow point would similarly like an HST or a hydroshock type of round, or the bullet, where maybe it'd be indented a little bit in the top, and then as you define, I think a round tip or a round point or a ball round or ammo would be where it does not have, it's lacking that, and it's just a round tip or a solid ball type of projectile.
And what type of projectiles do the LMPD officers use?
We use for duty use.
Yes.
For duty use, it's that federal premium HST tactical law enforcement round.
And is that a hollow point?
It's similar to what federal calls their HST round.
What does that mean?
Without getting into the specifics and having it in front of me, I can't define and give you what federal calls it, but it's their HST round.
Okay, well, can you give me a basic lesson here in what a hollow point is versus a round point?
So yes, so the hollow point ultimately is in how it's designed by the manufacturer and how it's intended is kind of as it makes contact with clothing, with fibers, with human tissue, it can kind of open up or mushroom a little bit, where it comes into play with the stopping power, for lack of another word, but the stopping potential of that round and how it operates. And that's just giving you some basics. I don't have a lot of the certifications and knowledge to go in depth anymore on the rounds or anything, but it's giving you some basic understanding to answer your question there.
Okay, well, my understanding is that a hollow point is designed to strike something, spread out, and basically stop. Is that correct?
It could. It just depends upon the type of round and how it's manufactured and what the manufacturer's intended purpose is and the utilization by the agency.
And so if someone fires a hollow point, say at this wall here, is it supposed to stop it when it hits that wall?
Depends upon a lot of different circumstances, and every situation is ultimately different without being able to know the specifics of the utilization and the construction of the material.
Have you ever seen a hollow point shot through drywall?
I've not personally, no.
Does a rounded bullet generally travel farther than a hollow point?
I can't speak to or give you any explanation without having some better knowledge about that.
Okay. So the officers shoot at this paper silhouette target, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as I understood your testimony, it moves around.
Ultimately, it just faces and then edges to go away is what that is. It does not move laterally.
Is that where Brett Hankison scored the perfect score?
Where was that?
When he was doing that qualification with the silhouette target.
The low light qualification was conducted on our range. Yes, sir.
With the silhouette targets, correct?
With the LMPD standard qualification target. Yes, sir.
And LMPD, if I understand the policy correctly, gives officers 3 opportunities to pass the test, correct?
Pretty much, sir. But yes, and then remedial training and then continued attempts.
And Brett Hankison qualified on his first attempt. Is that right?
According to the exhibit in the qual sheet, yes, sir.
With a perfect score.
With the max score of 225.
And then on his off-duty weapon or his personal weapon, he scored, I forget, was it 219 out of 225? 214 out of 225?
214 out of 225, yes, sir.
Okay. Would that indicate that he was fairly accurate with his shot placement?
It just depends. Ultimately, I don't recall or cannot remember exactly his qualification on that secondary duty plainclothes service pistol about his shot placement or where it was.
Yeah, well, let's talk about his on-duty weapon, where he got 225 out of 225. Does that indicate that he's a fairly accurate marksman?
That ultimately is the standard of qualification for the agency. That's ultimately, there's a difference between qualification and training. And ultimately, a qualification, again, the agency sets what the qualification is, just like the Commonwealth of Kentucky state law sets what a qualification is for active duty officers. The agency adds to that with a qualification, but that's not training. We complete a qualification, but a qualification is kind of a completing the qual, and then you move on to the training because of what the importance of training.
Okay, you kind of lost me in there, but
Okay.
the qualification is to go out and shoot at the silhouettes, correct?
Shooting at the LMPD standard qualification target. Yes, sir.
And how about the dots? Is that part of the qualification?
No, sir. It's part of training.
Part of training, okay. The training, all of this takes place in controlled situations, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's nobody out there shooting back at anybody.
No, sir. Not in the training that we've talked about today.
And you even talked about the simulator, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's a video. The officers watch a video on a screen and have to react to it.
Yes, sir.
And that's kind of like a shoot, don't shoot scenario,
Yes, sir.
where some people you should shoot and some people are not active threats, correct?
Yes, sir.
You talked about this low light qualification of Brett Hankison and ambient light. What is ambient light?
So ambient light is the light that's available to you within the room. So for the low light qualification, as I mentioned and talked about, a couple of stages where there's ambient light. There's ambient light available and utilized, and it's during the low light qual. There's ambient lights on, meaning in the rear of the range during that qualification, providing ambient light. Two, which shines down for identification of the target in lieu also, or connection with also using the handheld flashlight or the weapon-mounted light.
And are there any no light qualification?
With
scenario?
no lights on at all?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay. As part of the training, are officers taught to assess the situation before they discharge their weapon?
Can you define what do you mean on that, sir?
Well, if an officer is faced with a threat, is he taught to assess before he discharges his weapon?
Yes, sir.
If he's faced with an active threat, is he taught to assess?
Yes, sir.
And what does assess mean?
Assess ultimately ties into, we talk about the three that we mentioned, identifying what that threat or that target is and what level of threat it is, isolating that threat and that target, and then lastly, the background assessing. So we're looking to make sure that to see what's around that subject or that threat or that individual, but then also too, seeing what else is around it and also making sure that there's not any others that are around it, or if there's other additional threats.
And that all that assessment takes some time, correct?
Depends on what do you mean by time?
Well, it takes seconds at the minimum to do all those functions, correct?
Quickly, yes, sir.
Quickly. What about a situation? First of all, would you define somebody that actually fires a shot and hits another officer? Is that an active threat?
Can you explain that a little bit? What do you mean by that?
Okay, if I'm a police officer and this is a door and I walk through that door and somebody shoots me, is that person that shoots me an active threat?
The person that shoots you and you're at the door, that's an active threat, yes. But it also depends upon also understanding of perception and also placement as far as other threats.
So I'm not, so I would, before I could do anything, if I'm shot at, in your testimony here, I would have to sit there and think about how to respond, correct?
You as the one being shot?
Me as the one being shot, or me standing next to my partner who's been shot?
Again, as you noted and talked about as far as time and how quickly it must occur to be able to go through to think about these things, is that you're doing those things as we've talked about, and you're identifying, you're isolating, and you're understanding the background as you're going through this and addressing and dealing with whatever that is and making your decision to address that threat what level it is, if it's an active or not.
Well, if I've just been shot, I think it's pretty safe to assume it's an active threat, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you say I have to identify and isolate a target, if I've got somebody shooting at me, do I have to be able to physically describe that target?
You have to identify what level of threat it is. So, and you utilize tools or means to be able to do that. And that ties in with being able to utilize whether ambient light's available to you, or also utilizing the tools that you may have, such as your weapon mounted light or handheld flashlight.
When you served search warrants, did you ever walk up to the door? Well, first of all, how do you turn that weapon mounted light on?
There's a toggle switch, an activating switch that on the models that we have are at the tail cap.
And where's the tail cap?
It's at the rear of that light when it's mounted on the rail. And it's here that you utilize your support hand thumb to activate it, to turn it off and on.
So that's another step an officer has to do, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And when you were actively serving search warrants, did you ever approach the place you were going to search with your weapon mounted light eliminated?
I can't recall exactly on that, but ultimately it depends upon the situation, the circumstances, and training. And there's reasonings for whether you have your light on or why you keep it off. There's reasons for that.
Each situation is different, correct?
Yes, sir.
Some situations you light your light. In some situations it's better to approach in the dark, correct?
Ultimately, depending upon what you're facing is what you utilize and how you utilize it.
And if a door is breached when you're executing a search warrant and somebody fires a shot at you, how long would it take to flip on your flashlight?
I can't give you exact time of how long that takes. It goes back to training.
Officer Gelhausen, when you say you have to identify a target, again, is it necessary to be able to describe the physical characteristics of the target?
You have to identify that it poses immediate threat of death or serious injury.
Okay, so what if that target appears to you to be a silhouette and it has just fired a shot that struck one of your brother officers?
I can't speak about the understanding or the circumstances of the case without the knowledge and understanding of all the circumstances around it.
Okay, well, let's just play hypothetical here. If I breach a door and the partner next to me gets shot and I see a silhouette, can I fire at that silhouette?
I don't know what you're perceiving and what you're seeing and what you're going through at that point, sir.
Okay. Would it be a fair statement on my part that officers are not taught to shoot, stop, assess, shoot again, stop, assess, shoot again if it appears to be necessary?
You're constantly always assessing throughout. And that goes back to my response to Ms. Whaley about when the threat ceases and how do you determine that when I gave that explanation. So there's constant assessment that is occurring.
But would you agree that one of your training exercises is that when you make the decision to shoot, you shoot until the threat is stopped, correct?
Which training exercise are you speaking of?
I don't know. One of the training exercises that you have during your 8-hour qualification.
Can you rephrase or can you explain your question again that you're asking?
As an individual, as part of your training, when an officer makes the decision to shoot, to discharge his weapon at an active threat, is he taught to shoot until that threat is stopped?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
With the understanding of all the principles and fundamentals that come with that, as I've stated earlier.
And what if this active shooter situation is lasting for a total of 5 to 15 seconds? Is an officer still supposed to, at that point, do the fundamentals?
You're always practicing the fundamentals and you're continuously assessing the needs and the utilization of what you're using.
And they're supposed to do that to the best of their ability, correct?
Based on their perception and what they're dealing with, all the circumstances, and based on the training.
Are you familiar with the LMPD use of deadly force policy?
Yes, sir.
Does that require that officers, when there is a deadly force, an active threat, that they neutralize that active threat to protect themselves and their brother officers and other citizens?
This policy states is that if somebody is posing imminent threat of death or serious injury to their self or to another, that they utilize deadly force if they see fit.
And if they use that deadly force, they have to follow the shooting rules that you outlined to the best of their ability, correct?
Going back to training, following the training and the proper use of the fundamentals, and following policy.
Would you agree that there are situations that arise where an officer, if he pauses with indecision on whether to fire a shot, that could be fatal to him?
I can't speak to that because ultimately understanding perception, everybody's situation that they face, as you stated, is different, but also too based on the perception of the officer and what they're going through.
And every officer perceives things differently, correct?
Depends upon what's going on with the situation, having a true understanding of it.
Would you agree with me that it's improper to view anything an officer does through the eyes of 20/20 hindsight?
What do you mean by that, sir?
Well, have you ever heard the term Monday morning quarterback?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If an officer on the scene where all chaos is breaking loose, all hell is breaking loose, he makes a decision to stop a threat, would you agree with me that it would be improper for you to go back and look at that and say, well, he didn't have proper target identification. He didn't know what was behind him or behind the target, beside it or in front of it. Would you agree that that's...
Counsel, would you approach for a moment?
Are police trained to shoot to kill? 57% of the audience says that Breonna Taylor has not received justice. We got a new poll going up. Shout out to Mark Nash. Happy birthday. Everybody make sure y'all say happy birthday to Mark Nash. Many blessings, many great birthdays to come. Happy birthday to you and your family. That was a fire ass hoodie. That Chanel patch, I told my wife about that Chanel patch. She said she gonna get me one. That was a fire ass red hoodie.
All right,
Shut
ladies
up.
and
Oh,
gentlemen,
we
we've been
back,
going
we
for
back,
about
we
an
back.
hour and a half, so this is probably a good time for us to take a break. We'll take a break for 15 minutes, and please remember this is
Look like they taking a break. Look like they taking a break. We're not gonna take a break. We're gonna skip ahead. Shout out to my brothers in the chat, KNC and Red 300 Scat Pack. So Scat Pack, to me, this guy was a trainer. Much like in the Kim Porter case, they put on experts. They put on experts who train police officers. This individual was a trainer who actually trained the individual officer who's going to be on trial later on in the case. So he was a teacher. He taught the guy how to shoot. He's now testifying to what he taught that guy, right? So what he's trying to say, the defense is trying to lay ground that to say that the shooting was justified, right? That's the only defense that the police officer has at this point, is to say that the shooting was justified. And Scat Pack said very quickly, if I'm being shot at, then yes, it is justifiable that I can shoot back until the threat is gone. And that is what the defense wanted to establish. Now you notice that the teacher wanted to give a caveat, right? The teacher did not want to simply say that we train police officers to shoot to kill. He said, including and taking into account everything else I said in the past 20 minutes. That's why Scat Pat said it's so much mumbo jumbo. But that mumbo jumbo matters because the trainer said, yes, we are trained to shoot until the threat is gone, but you have to take into account all of the other things that I have said in that part of the training. It is not simple, cut and dry that you get to shoot, which is why we are in the courtroom today. If it was as cut and dry as that lawyer just made it, we would not have a trial. So we had 2 questions so far. Is Breonna Taylor receiving justice? Nobody is being charged. I think we need to be clear. No one will ever be charged for Breonna Taylor's death. They are not looking for the killer. They know who killed Breonna Taylor. They have said the killing is justified, right? Because that they were being shot at. So no one will ever be charged in the death of Breonna Taylor. I hope everybody is clear on that. No one will ever be charged in the shooting death of Breonna Taylor, right? This case is about one of the officers who issued the no-knock warrant, who shot back, who shot into an adjacent apartment. This case truly is the Breonna case, but it's not the Breonna case. It's like talking about the turkey leg hut, but not talking about the turkey leg hut. Scat has said, my sister and her husband have both been trainers before. Now they are in admin. Exactly. So Scat Pack can speak to is not as cut and dry as people would think, or else this officer would not be on trial. You think you can just shoot and shoot at anything you want to. No, you cannot, which is why this officer must now defend themselves and justifiably prove that the shooting was justified. The Breonna Taylor shooting was justified. This is not being said. I might be the first person to say it, and I hope I'm wrong. Maybe I'm using the wrong terms, right? But the reason in my research, if you look in the description, Breonna Taylor will not, the death of Breonna Taylor, no one will ever be charged in that death as a crime because the shooting has been seen as justified by the district attorney. Please look at my description. We can go into that more. We're going to go back to the case. It's a very sad thing. I don't know if anybody understands that Breonna Taylor's death, I don't even know if we can call it a murder. I don't know if we can call it a murder because a murder is a crime. Breonna Taylor's death, there will never be anyone charged in her death. The shooting of Breonna Taylor was justified. And I believe this is the first time I've ever heard anyone say on YouTube or in the media that the shooting death of Breonna Taylor was justified, which is why there was nobody charged and no one will ever be charged. What we're watching today is about a gunshot fired into an adjacent apartment by that no-knock warrant. Shout out to my brother Sunclaw about the no-knock warrants. So let's go back to the trainer.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now you do this, you talked about a little bit about the simulator training that you do. That's the videos, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that that's pretty realistic?
So, sir, it has its limitations to a certain extent. I mean, with the way that it's designed, it's intending to do that as much as it can.
But it certainly is not real life, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever timed yourself firing a fully loaded Glock?
No, sir.
So do you have any idea how long that takes to unload a fully loaded Glock by firing it?
There's a lot of different factors that come into play. I do not know off the top of my head, sir.
Would that be a matter of seconds, perhaps?
Yes, sir. Potentially.
Would you agree with me that you nor anyone else could testify as to what Brett Hankison perceived on March 20th or March 12th, 2020, March 13th?
Restate the question, please.
Would you agree with me that on March 13th, 2020, at 3003 Springfield Drive, when this event occurred, that neither you nor anyone else could testify as to what Brett Hankison personally perceived?
Yes, sir.
And if Brett Hankison had failed to be able to describe a target and know what was around it, so on the rules that you talked about, did he have any alternative other than to just run away?
Objection. Sustained.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything on redirect? All right, you can step down. Thank you. All right, the Commonwealth's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, it's going to be Cheryl Snyder.
If you take a seat, please. Counsel, would you want to get the exhibits unless you're planning to use those?
No, ma'am, I'll get it.
Thank you. If you'd raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I will.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Cheryl Snyder,
And where do you work?
Louisville Metro Police Department.
And what position do you hold at Louisville Metro Police?
I'm a Human Resource Director,
Okay. And how long have you been in your position?
18 years.
Okay. And in that position as the director that you just stated, do you have the ability and the role of overseeing HR files, human resource files in the department?
Yes, sir.
And do those include employment records?
Yes, sir.
And at some point during your time with LMPD, was Jon Mattingly employed by Louisville Metro Police Department?
Yes, sir.
At some point after this case, was he released from the hospital and cleared to return to service?
Yes, sir.
And at some point after that, did he choose to retire from Louisville Metro Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And just so that we're clear, do you know what date it was his official retirement would be effective?
Yes, it was June 1st of 2021.
Okay. So just a little under a year ago.
Mhm.
When that effective date became on June of 2021, how many years of service would Jon Mattingly have had with Louisville Metro Police Department?
He had 20 years, 11 months, and 27 days.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Snyder. I think that's all the questions I have for you.
Any cross-examination?
No questions, Judge.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the Commonwealth's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. It's going to be Officer Phillip Renaud. Renaud.
If you'll take a seat, please. If you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
That's right.
Thank you. You may take your mask off while you're testifying if you wish, but you're not required to.
Yes, we're still in the morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Please state your name for the record.
Officer Phillip Renaud,
And where do you work?
Louisville Metro Police Department, 8th Division,
And how long have you been with the Louisville Metro Police Department?
about 6 years,
Okay. How long have you been assigned to the 8th Division?
since March of this past year.
Where were you prior to the 8th Division?
The 1st Division.
And were you in the 1st Division back on March 12th to March 13th of 2020?
Yes.
And what was your assignment in the division at that point?
Force beat as a patrol officer.
Okay. And what was your assignment that evening in particular? What do you do in that role?
Just beat cop, answer calls for service.
Okay. And when you were out answering calls, would that be patrolling?
Yes.
Okay. And that evening, did you receive a call reference 3003 Springfield Drive here in Louisville, Kentucky?
Yes.
Can you just kind of go through how you heard about that?
If I recall correctly, the call for officer needs assistance at 10:30 came out over PD3, which is the channel the 1st Division operates on. Responding to that call, I put the address in my GPS and responded.
Do you know how long it took you to get there?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. When you got there, were other officers already on scene?
Yes.
And when you approached the scene, were you directed to go anywhere? What was your assignment when you arrived on scene?
I don't believe anyone directed me to go anywhere. I looked for work, and it looked like the back of the apartment complex didn't have many officers at it.
Okay. Now, when you got to the back of the apartment, how long did it take you to get from the front to the back?
From the front of the building?
Yes.
Oh, it's less than 30 seconds.
Okay. When you arrived in the back of the building, how many officers were on site?
At least a couple more. I don't know how many.
Okay. And did they advise you of anything that was going on in the rear of the building?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. When you got to the back, what did you personally see?
I observed what I believed to be a window or glass door that had multiple bullet holes through it. And I thought that was the target apartment of the search warrant that had been served.
Okay. So you could actually see bullet holes?
I could see broken glass.
Broken glass. Okay. Now, when you're standing there, is anyone directing traffic, for lack of a better term, or are you just on your own?
Pretty much on my own, with between me and the other officers, just trying to find the best point of cover for
Okay.
safety.
At some point when you're back there, is your body cam on?
Yes. Or off or on?
On.
On. It was on the whole time.
Okay. And when did you activate this?
I believe it activated around 1st and Jefferson when I started my code 3 run to the address.
So you had it rolling throughout the scene?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you in a second what has been marked as Commonwealth's exhibit. If you hold on one second. It's going to be marked as Commonwealth's exhibit 71. You'll just take a look at the screen here, please. Do you recognize what that is?
I'd say it's the apartment complex in question, but I've never seen an aerial shot of it before.
Okay. Is that the apartment complex 3003 Springfield that you responded to that evening?
Yes.
There's a laser pointer up there. If you would just take and show us where you initially arrived to and then where your placement is in relation to the building, if you can.
Okay. I would have come up this road here. There's a gate there, if I remember correctly. Then I came down this way, saw that there were quite a few officers out front, and I came to this back corner here.
Okay. And is that the position that you maintained throughout your time at the apartment?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Okay. And your body cam was rolling throughout that?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what is preliminarily marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit 154. This clip that I'm about to show you, have you had a chance to review this prior to today?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you just a brief second of this. Is this the body cam that you were rolling that night when you arrived at 3003 Springfield Drive?
I believe so, yes.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that evening when you arrived?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to admit Cumulus Exhibit 154, which is the body cam of this officer, and then we'll play for the jury.
Objection.
It'll be so admitted.
Officer Renaud, I'm going to go for a second, and then I may pause it and ask you a few questions.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, Anthony, if we could turn the lights down just a little bit. Can you get one more? If not, it's... What exactly are we viewing here, Officer Renaud?
This is the back of the apartment building itself. And because we didn't have any good cover, we're just kind of on a hill.
What are you doing in this photo with your gun, your light? Can you just describe the scene for us, what you're personally doing?
This point, I guess I don't know why we don't have the audio, but I believe at this point we see the broken glass. So I'm using the weapon mounted light on my rifle to attempt to illuminate the area. I was, and I still am, unfamiliar with the layout of this apartment complex. So I believed at the time that that back glass led to the target apartment. So that's what I'm observing and covering.
At some point, do you ever see anyone come out of that apartment, expose themselves? What do you see?
Yes, at some point there was what I believed to be a shirtless white gentleman that kind of just showed himself from that broken window. At which point I hail him, tell him to show me his hands. He shows them for a second and then ducks back into the apartment for the remainder.
At that time, did you believe T to be the suspect?
I believed him to be related in some way. I mean, we came onto the scene with limited information, so I didn't know what the suspect was supposed to look like or what the target even was.
Honor, I'm going to pause this and see if we can get the audio to work. How long approximately do you hold this position back on the back of the residence?
I don't remember how long we were out there, but from the time I got there and till the time we left, that was the only position I held on the apartment.
At some point, do you all approach the residence at all?
Yes. I guess we'll see it here in a moment. After, I believe it to be after the SWAT team cleared the actual target apartment and told us that no one was inside, we approached the broken glass.
Was that the first indication that you had that this apartment was in fact not a threat to you?
Yes.
I'm going to move the clip forward just. A second, I'm going to have you describe what we see when you begin to move. You were in this position right here. There's other officers you testified about. Are there any? Is a canine officer there? Who else was there with you?
I know there was a canine officer. He would have been to my right. Aside from that, I know there were other officers. I don't know an exact number, nor do I know who they were because they weren't my direct partners that I usually work with.
Okay. Is this dog a narcotics type dog or patrol type dog?
I believe him to be a patrol dog, but I'm not canine, nor do I know what dog it was.
Okay. Who gives you all the actual order to move up here?
I don't know that anyone gave us an order to move up to the.
So it was only SWAT that was able to indicate that they had cleared that you moved up.
If I recall correctly. Yes.
What do you see when you get to this point?
There's the glass door that's broken. That's all I was able to see. I didn't see anyone else at this point. Whoever was in there had retreated further back into the apartment.
What do you do next here as we see you walk away?
At that point, I believe I went up to the front for maybe a minute to find my partner, and then I went back to my car to go back to the First Division.
Okay. Then after returning from that part of the portion of the apartment complex and returning to your partner, did you have any further involvement in the scene at all?
No.
You did not re-enter the scene? Those that were out back, not the canine, those officers that were out back, did they all have rifles with them?
Not all of them. I know there was probably a mix. I don't remember.
Were they all armed?
Yes, we're all armed police officers.
And when you were armed, you're pointing it at what you assessed at the time to be that apartment who you thought was the target at the time?
I was, yes.
I think those are all the questions I have for you, Officer Renaud. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Renaud, when you first arrived on Springfield, you testified there was a gate.
Yes.
Do you remember what the condition of that gate was?
I remember that it was run through with a car or the light bar laying on the ground. I actually remember the radio traffic of somebody telling an officer to ram the gate.
Do you know who told the officer to ram the gate?
I do not.
When you arrived, you proceeded through the gate and went up to 3003 Springfield, correct? Or up to the area of the apartment that was at issue?
Yes, sir.
And you got out of your police cruiser and you testified you went around the back, correct?
My police cruiser was actually probably a quarter mile back on whatever that main road is. I couldn't tell you which road it is.
Oh, is that because there were so many police cruisers on Springfield? So you walked up through the gate, correct?
That's correct.
And why did you had your rifle with you at that time?
Yes, sir.
Why did you have your rifle?
Better shooting platform and has a better flashlight than my pistol does. It's dark.
Had you been told to bring a rifle?
Not that I can recall, but somebody had just shot at police officers. So,
And so you proceeded around the back of the apartment building, correct?
yes, sir.
And why did you go around the back?
Trying to find a helpful spot to be. I was just looking for work. The front had a lot of officers.
Nobody told you to go around and cover the back?
Not that I recall.
And you testified that when you went around the back, you saw a window or a glass door with multiple bullet holes, correct?
Yes.
Were there multiple bullet holes or was it simply broken glass?
I guess what I could see is it's simply broken glass.
You don't know how that glass broke, correct?
That's correct.
And it was your impression at that time that that apartment was part of the apartment that was being searched in the front. Is that right?
That was my impression at the time. Yes, sir.
And you indicated that you took up your position and you kept your rifle pointed at that broken door throughout that video we just saw, correct?
Yes, sir.
And why was that?
I believed it was possible there was a threat still inside the apartment.
And you later learned that the apartment was not part of the original situation, correct?
That's correct.
Could you see that apartment from the front of the building?
I'm not sure.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Anything on redirect? You can step down. Thank you. The Commonwealth's next witness. You may.
think that's all the testimony they got for right now. I think that's all the testimony they got for right now. So when they come back, we'll come back. So to recap what we got going on today, this is The Perfect Perspective. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. My name is Perfect. We live on 3 channels right now. Perfect Timing Podcast, Perfect Timing Podcast Live. We also live on Facebook on Patrick Potter. Today, we're looking at the Breonna Taylor case, but it's not actually the Breonna Taylor case. A lot of times we say we're talking about the turkey leg hut, but we're not actually talking about the turkey leg hut. Unfortunately, in the Breonna Taylor shooting death, no one will ever be charged in the death of Breonna Taylor. I'm going to say that 2 more times. No one will ever be charged in the shooting death of Breonna Taylor. One last time. Because the DA said the shooting death of Breonna Taylor was justified, no one will ever be charged in the shooting death of Breonna Taylor. What we are watching here today is a trial of a police officer by the name of Detective Brett Hankison. Brett Hankison faces for shooting and endangering people in a nearby apartment and during a tragic encounter on March 13, 2020. Police executed a search warrant, the famous no-knock warrant, right, at Breonna Taylor's apartment that night for a drug case. Her boyfriend, Kenneth Walker, fired on them because they forced their way into the apartment, and he did not know who they were and did not know that they were law enforcement. He struck Sergeant Jon Mattingly in the leg. Mattingly and Detective Myles Cosgrove also opened fire with Hankison, but they did not get in trouble. Kentucky Attorney General Daniel Cameron, who announced that the FBI determined that Cosgrove fired the fatal round. I'm going to say this one more time. They know who killed Breonna Taylor. Detective Cosgrove fired the fatal round, argued that these two were justified because they were not firing back to protect themselves, while Hankison fired into a neighboring apartment. I'm going to say that one more time because I don't know if you've ever heard that the Breonna Taylor shooting death was justified by the FBI and the district attorney. So here it is, you guys, in black and white. I'm going to share my screen. I got it in my description. If you want to go read right now, I'm reading from my description, right? I'm reading from my description. Kentucky Attorney General Daniel Cameron, who announced that the FBI determined that Cosgrove fired the fatal round argued that these two were justified because they were firing back to protect themselves, while Hankison shot into a neighboring apartment. See, what they leave out is that successfully argued, because these men have not been charged and will never be charged because the shooting death of Breonna Taylor is justified. 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 So, Sunclaw had a question. All right, what's up with the Roger Report? Shout out to the Roger Report. Sunclaw had a question. Does the police have access to the building layout? That's a good question. Before you came in, there was a trainer who was under cross-examination, and that trainer had laid out how you properly enter a building and when you would be justified into shooting into a building, and whether or not you're justified in shooting if you can't see. So that was the testimony. We could go back to that, but they did have an expert witness who trained Brett and who trained the individuals who administered the no-knock warrant that night. And under cross-examination, he broke down on the stand and said that police officers are trained to shoot at a threat until the threat is no more. He reluctantly said that, but that is what he answered under cross-examination. He did say that you must take into account all other factors. But yes, police are trained to shoot. They did not use the word kill. They did not use the word death or dead. He simply said that police are trained to shoot until the threat is gone. That is a fact. If they are being fired upon, it is their training to shoot until the threat is gone. That was the words of the police trainer. So I asked in my poll, you guys are welcome to vote. Do you believe that police officers are trained to kill? Now, that's not actually a true answer to Sun Call's question, because I don't have an answer on whether or not, because to be honest, Sun Call, I would be surprised if they did, because another detail of the case was that's so sad about Breonna Taylor is this was the wrong apartment, right? I got the land, I got the people in the mowing the grass and shit. But think about what we know about the case. This was the wrong apartment. This was the wrong apartment. This was not the correct apartment. If you recall, what actually came out is that they issued the warrant at the wrong apartment. Breonna Taylor and her boyfriend was exonerated, right, during Black Lives Matter protests because there was no cause and they had issued the warrant at the wrong apartment. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, because I know it came out later online where a lot of people who didn't like Black women were saying negative things about Breonna Taylor being involved in all this type of stuff and her boyfriend and ex-boyfriend. But as far as I understood is that the warrant was issued at the wrong address, right? And they didn't have probable cause for Breonna Taylor. So I would be surprised if the police had access. But that's two different things, right? Sun Claw's asking if they had access to the layout. If you asking if they had access to the layout, I think we have to say yes, because everyone has an iPhone, right? Everyone has an iPhone. Everyone has the ability, Google Maps and things of that nature, right? So when you say did they have access to the building foot background, I'm going to say yes. Did they exercise that access? You know, that's another question. You know, you'd have to check phone record. You'd have to check phone record.
What do you mean on that, sir?
Well, if an officer is faced with a threat, is he taught to assess before he discharges his weapon?
Yes, sir.
If he's faced with an active threat, is he taught to assess?
Yes, sir.
And what does assess mean?
Assess ultimately ties into, we talk about the three that we mentioned, identifying what that threat or that target is and what level of threat it is, isolating that threat and that target, and then lastly, the background assessing. So we're looking to make sure that to see what's around that subject or that threat or that individual, but then also too, seeing what else is around it and also making sure that there's not any others that are around it, or if there's other additional threats.
And that all that assessment takes some time, correct?
Depends on what do you mean by time?
Well, it takes seconds at the minimum to do all those functions, correct?
Quickly, yes, sir.
Quickly. What about a situation? First of all, would you define somebody that actually fires a shot and hits another officer? Is that an active threat?
Can you explain that a little bit? What do you mean by that?
Okay, if I'm a police officer and this is a door and I walk through that door and somebody shoots me.
Okay, just to go back, this is an answer to my brother's question. This is just a follow-up to earlier testimony. So let's establish what you're watching right now. Currently, what you're watching right now is expert testimony from the officer who trained the individuals who administered the no-knock warrant on the night of Breonna Taylor's death. He is the expert trainer and witness at the police station and department in which the officers worked at. So he is testifying to what these individuals were trained and what is their training in certain situations. This is not a police officer who was actually at the scene of the death of Breonna Taylor. Again, we are watching expert testimony from a police trainer who trained the officers who administered the no-knock warrant. He is now He is under cross-examination by the defense. He is under cross-examination by the defense. He is under cross, i.e., the lawyer asking him questions is the lawyer who is defending the police officer who shot at Breonna Taylor. The goal of this lawyer is to prove that the shooting was justified. Okay, is everybody tracking with me now? The goal of this questioning, this is not his witness though. When I say he is under cross, he is a hostile witness. This is not his witness. The state put on this witness. The state put on this witness to show that the officers did not act according to training that night and that the shooting was unjust. We got to be clear, just like with the other court cases that I've shown you, it's very passionate. I'm very passionate and I have a lot of knowledge about the case, but I want you to have the same knowledge about the case. We must understand what's going on here, that this is a expert shit. I lost my train of thought. I was going to go somewhere, but I forget where I was going to go. But I'll go back to the tape. Maybe it'll come back to me. Pray for me.
Is that person that shoots me an active threat?
The person that shoots you and you're at the door, that's an active threat, yes. But it also depends upon also understanding of perception and also placement as far as other threats.
So I'm not, so I would, before I could do anything, if I'm.
Okay, God is good. It came back to me. So it's about understanding why we're here, right? It's about the thought that left me is about understanding why we're here. And what came to me was the Kim Porter case. And the fact it's a similar trial, right? Because you must understand that the police are entities of the state. And what happened in the Kim Porter trial and what happened in this trial, but what the DA failed to do, the DA, just like Kamala Harris, is the top cop of the state, right? When you become the attorney general of the state, you're the top cop of the state. And what the state said in the Kim Porter case is this police officer did not act according to training, so the shooting death of Dante Wright was not justified. In this case, we must understand that it is not the family or a public entity, that is actually the state, the person employing and training and overseeing the officer who has said, you have acted out of what we have, your purview. It's not the public saying, hey, this police officer did something wrong. And I don't think a lot of us truly understand in these court cases what's going on, the perspective and the purview. In this case, just like the Kim Porter case, the state has said the shooting was not justified. Unfortunately, the state did say the shooting of Breonna Taylor was justified. This is the perversion of this case, which is why I find it so interesting. Just to clarify one more time, the state is the one who has said that Brent is guilty for shooting in the adjacent apartment and said that that shooting is not justified. But the state has also deemed that the shooting death of Breonna Taylor was justified because the boyfriend shot at the police, even though the police was issuing a no-knock warrant at the wrong apartment, which is why the boyfriend was not convicted and his charges were dropped. This is a very perverse and complicated case, but it talks about a lot of the things that we wanted, that the crime bill for that Tim Scott and Cory Booker dropped. So when we look at this case, it's a lot to unpack about the police reform crime bill. My brother Sunclaw has talked a lot about how you have now Caucasian males who did not support the police reform bill because it was attached to the Black Lives Matter protest, who are now coming back to say that we have to support a bill that stops no-knock warrants. The one thing you must understand about this case is that it's not only being looked at by individuals in the Black community, it's now being looked at by individuals of the greater gun community, because now there's an outcry from people who are non-Black to stop the no-knock warrants because of this case. So this case is not a small thing. Sunclaw has a video. He has a lot more knowledge on it. He could speak about it on when he gets ready, but he has a video that he shared with me about a Caucasian male who was a prepper and a militia type dude who was saying that we now must support a bill in legislation that makes no-knock warrants illegal. Now, that support was not there for the police reform bill. It was such a lack of support that Cory Booker and Tim Scott were allowed to just let the bill die without any publicity from the media. The only people I believe who talked about it was me and Sunclaw. So now you understand what we're talking about here. We're talking about a court case where the state has said, not the public, not the family, not emotional individuals attached to the case. No, the state, the entity responsible for the police officer, similar to Kim Porter, has said, you have acted out of your purview, right? So now you must prove in the court of law that you are innocent, right? Well, the court of law said he's innocent until proven guilty, but the state alleges not, right? So that's just to keep you up to date with the perverse of the case. And I just want to play this one part where he talks about the lawyer on cross is able to get him on record to say that you shoot until the threat is gone.
Shot at, in your testimony here, I would have to sit there and think about how to respond, correct?
You as the one being shot?
Me as the one being shot, or me standing next to my partner who's been shot?
Again, as you noted and talked about as far as time and how quickly it must occur to be able to go through to think about these things, is that you're doing those things as we've talked about, and you're identifying, you're isolating, and you're understanding the background as you're going through this and addressing and dealing with whatever it is and making your decision to address that threat, what level it is, if it's an active or not.
Well, if I've just been shot, I think it's pretty safe to assume it's an active threat, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you say I have to identify and isolate a target, if I've got somebody shooting at me, do I have to be able to physically describe that target?
You have to identify what level of threat it is. So, and you utilize tools or means to be able to do that. And that ties in with being able to utilize whether ambient light's available to you, or also utilizing the tools that you may have, such as your weapon mounted light or handheld flashlight.
When you served search warrants, did you ever walk up to the door? Well, first of all, how do you turn that weapon mounted light on?
There's a toggle switch, an activating switch that on the models that we have are at the tail cap.
And where's the tail cap?
It's at the rear of that light when it's mounted on the rail. But it's here that you utilize your support hand thumb to activate it, to turn it off and on.
So that's another step an officer has to do, correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
And when you were actively serving search warrants, did you ever approach the place you were going to search with your weapon mounted light eliminated?
I can't recall exactly on that, but ultimately it depends upon the situation, the circumstances, and training, and there's reasonings for whether you have your light on or why you keep it off. There's reasons for that.
Each situation is different, correct?
Yes, sir.
Some situations you light your light. In some situations, it's better to approach in the dark, correct?
Ultimately, depending upon what you're facing is what you utilize and how you utilize it.
And if a door is breached when you're executing a search warrant and somebody fires a shot at you, how long would it take to flip on your flashlight?
I can't give you exact time of how long that takes. It goes back to training.
Officer Gelhausen, when you say you have to identify a target, again, is it necessary to be able to describe the physical characteristics of the target?
You have to identify that it poses immediate threat of death or serious injury.
Okay, so what if that target appears to you to be a silhouette and it has just fired a shot that struck one of your brother officers?
I can't speak about the understanding or the circumstances of the case without the knowledge and understanding of all the circumstances around it.
Okay, well, let's just play hypothetical here. If I breach a door and the partner next to me gets shot and I see a silhouette, can I fire at that silhouette?
I don't know what you're perceiving and what you're seeing and what you're going through at that point, sir.
Okay. Would it be a fair statement on my part that officers are not taught to shoot, stop, assess, shoot again, stop, assess, shoot again if it appears to be necessary?
You're constantly always assessing throughout. And that goes back to my response to Ms. Whaley about when the threat ceases and how do you determine that when I gave that explanation. So there's constant assessment that is occurring.
But would you agree that one of your training exercises is that when you make the decision to shoot, you shoot until the threat is stopped, correct?
Which training exercise are you speaking of?
I don't know. One of the training exercises that you have during your 8-hour qualification.
Can you rephrase or can you explain your question again that you're asking?
As an individual, as part of your training, when an officer makes the decision to shoot, to discharge his weapon at an active threat, is he taught to shoot until that threat is stopped?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
With the understanding of all the principles and fundamentals that come with that, as I've stated earlier.
And what if this active shooter situation is...
That was what I wanted you to hear, son. Call that was, and again, be clear. This is under cross. This is a hostile witness. This is defense. This is not the defense's expert witness, but he was able to get this expert police trainer to say on the record, right? He said, I don't know in any other training, but what's important is that I knew this as a black man, but I want to know how many Americans understand the training that police officers receive, because it's going to become eerily important in the days that's coming up. Because I don't think people truly understand the training that Americans, police officers receive to police other Americans. I think you would probably be surprised because he said he didn't even have to be specific. He said, I don't know. He said, in your training, if I start shooting at a threat, am I trained to shoot until the threat is gone? He reluctantly had to say yes. He qualified it, right? He gave a caveat, but he reluctantly had to say yes. Let's run that back. Let's run that back because it's important for you to know. And please vote in the poll. If you disagree with me, you could put in the chat. But I want to know, are police in America trained to kill? Because that's what happens in a lot of these cases. Is what gets illuminated in these cases is the public is always sad and crying. Oh, they killed my son. They killed my son. No one's getting charged. And nobody understands that the police have a license to kill. They have a license to kill. A lot of people do not understand that they have a license to kill. And that's all the defense wanted to get on the record, is that the police have a license to kill. It's justified. He didn't do anything wrong. Or is he trained? And he didn't even get down to the minutia. He said, I don't know. In any way, in any circumstance, if a police officer starts shooting, is he not trained to keep shooting until the threat is gone? Girl behind the mic said, problem with police training is it lacks emotional intelligence and critical thinking, period. Anyone with half a brain would have debated the superiors on a no-knock at nighttime. Exactly, I was going to say that too, Sunclaw. I didn't know, and how many people knew, and this is very important testimony, that the no-knock warrant was issued at like 2, 3 in the morning. Now, we know that the guy was asleep and he was woken up, but wow, why would they issue? And then think about the questioning. He said sometimes they purposely go in at night and keep the lights off, even though the gun is equipped with a flashlight. Depending on how you want to approach the scene, you would approach with the flashlight off. So not only are you coming at night in the cover of night, but you got the flashlight that you have on the gun off. You only cut it on when you want to kill. This is the training. Let's play it one more time. Let's play it one more, because it's important that we establish what was being said today as we move forward in this trial. And so that people understand what police in your neighborhood and the police that are protecting you are they there to protect you or not, or protect themselves? Let's get into it.
All, and then you move on to the training because of what the importance of training.
Okay, you kind of lost me in there, but
Okay.
the qualification is to go out and shoot at the silhouettes, correct?
Shooting at the LMPD standard qualification target. Yes, sir.
And how about the dots? Is that part of the qualification?
No, sir. It's part of training.
Part of training, okay. The training, all of this takes place in controlled situations, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's nobody out there shooting back at anybody.
No, sir. Not in the training that we've talked about today.
Okay, and you even talked about the simulator, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's a video. The officers watch a video on a screen and have to react to it.
Yes, sir.
And that's kind of like a shoot, don't shoot scenario,
Yes, sir.
where some people you should shoot and some people are not active threats, correct?
Yes, sir.
You talked about this low light qualification of Brett Hankison and ambient light. What is ambient light?
So ambient light is the light that's available to you within the room. So for the low light qualification, as I mentioned and talked about, a couple of stages where there's ambient light. There's ambient light available and utilized, and it's during the low light qual. There's ambient lights on, meaning in the rear of the range during that qualification, providing ambient light. Two, which shines down for identification of the target in lieu also, or connection with also using the handheld flashlight or the weapon mounted light.
And are there any no light qualification?
With
scenarios?
no lights on at all?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay. As part of the training, are officers taught to assess the situation before they discharge their weapon?
Can you define what do you mean on that, sir?
Well, if an officer is faced with a threat, is he taught to assess before he discharges his weapon?
Yes, sir.
If he's faced with an active threat, is he taught to assess?
Yes, sir.
And what does assess mean?
Assess ultimately ties into, we talk about the three that we mentioned, identifying what that threat or that target is and what level of threat it is, isolating that threat and that target, and then lastly, the background assessing. So we're looking to make sure that to see what's around that subject or that threat or that individual, but then also too, seeing what else is around it and also making sure that there's not any others that are around it, or if there's other additional threats.
And that all that assessment takes some time, correct?
Depends on what do you mean by time?
Well, it takes seconds at the minimum to do all those functions, correct?
Quickly, yes, sir.
Quickly. What about a situation? First of all, would you define somebody that actually fires a shot and hits another officer? Is that an active threat?
Can you explain that a little bit? What do you mean by that?
Okay, if I'm a police officer and this is a door and I walk through that door and somebody shoots me, is that person that shoots me an active threat?
The person that shoots you and you're at the door, that's an active threat, yes. But it also depends upon also understanding of perception and also placement as far as other threats.
So I'm not, I would, before I could do anything, if I'm shot at, in your testimony here, I would have to sit there and think about how to respond, correct?
You as the one being shot?
Me as the one being shot, or me standing next to my partner who's been shot?
Again, as you noted and talked about as far as time and how quickly it must occur to be able to go through to think about these things, is that you're doing those things as we've talked about, and you're identifying, you're isolating, and you're understanding the background as you're going through this and addressing and dealing with whatever that is and making your decision to address that threat, what level it is, if it's an active or not.
Well, if I've just been shot, I think it's pretty safe to assume it's an active threat, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you say I have to identify and isolate a target, if I've got somebody shooting at me, do I have to be able to physically describe that target?
You have to identify what level of threat it is. So, and you utilize tools or means to be able to do that. And that ties in with being able to utilize whether ambient light's available to you, or also utilizing the tools that you may have, such as your weapon mounted light or handheld flashlight.
When you served search warrants, did you ever walk up to the door? Well, first of all, how do you turn that weapon mounted light on?
There's a toggle switch, an activating switch that on the models that we have are at the tail cap.
And where's the tail cap?
It's at the rear of that light when it's mounted on the rail. And it's here that you utilize your support hand thumb to activate it, to turn it off and on.
So that's another step an officer has to do, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And when you were actively serving search warrants, did you ever approach the place you were going to search with your weapon mounted light eliminated?
I can't recall exactly on that, but ultimately it depends upon the situation, the circumstances, and training, and there's reasonings for whether you have your light on or why you keep it off. There's reasons for that.
Each situation is different, correct?
Yes, sir.
Some situations you light your light. In some situations it's better to approach in the dark, correct?
Ultimately, depending upon what you're facing is what you utilize and how you utilize it.
And if a door is breached when you're executing a search warrant and somebody fires a shot at you, how long would it take to flip on your flashlight?
I can't give you exact time of how long that takes. It goes back to training.
Officer Gelhausen, when you say you have to identify a target, again, is it necessary to be able to describe the physical characteristics of the target?
You have to identify that it poses immediate threat of death or serious injury.
Okay, so what if that target appears to you to be a silhouette and it has just fired a shot that struck one of your brother officers?
I can't speak about the understanding or the circumstances of the case without the knowledge and understanding of all the circumstances around it.
Okay, well, let's just play hypothetical here. If I breach a door and the partner next to me gets shot and I see a silhouette, can I fire at that silhouette?
I don't know what you're perceiving and what you're seeing and what you're going through at that point, sir.
Okay. Would it be a fair statement on my part that officers are not taught to shoot, stop, assess, shoot again, stop, assess, shoot again if it appears to be necessary?
You're constantly always assessing throughout. And that goes back to my response to Ms. Whaley about when the threat ceases and how do you determine that when I gave that explanation. So there's constant assessment that is occurring.
But would you agree that one of your training exercises is that when you make the decision to shoot, you shoot until the threat is stopped, correct?
Which training exercise are you speaking of?
I don't know. One of the training exercises that you have during your 8-hour qualification.
Can you rephrase or can you explain your question again that you're asking?
As an individual, as part of your training, when an officer makes the decision to shoot, to discharge his weapon at an active threat, is he taught to shoot until that threat is stopped?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Look at his face. Look at his face and the tone. The tonality is so important. The tonality is so, look at his face. And the frustration of that old white lawyer. who knows why these laws are written the way they're written. And think about how I feel as a 6'2", 250-pound black man. Every day of my life, I was this size at 16. I was this size at 16. Every day of my life, everywhere I've gone, I've been seen as a threat. Every white female teacher I had was afraid of me. Every police officer I came in contact with was afraid of me. What do I have to do to be considered a threat? Well, think about what he said. All a police officer has to say is he felt threatened by Perfect. I call it the King Kong Kung Fu. I almost said something, I'm not gonna say it, but who else feels threatened by the heterosexual black male? I don't have to say it. Y'all know about the Lucky Charms community. Y'all know about certain sectors. Simply by existing, simply by waking up in the morning, I'm a threat. They call it a strike against me already. This is not new. I'm not making this up. I just need you to understand what the Black Lives Matter protests were all about, because these laws say that my life don't matter. That's why it focused on black men. That's why that knee on the back of that man's neck meant so much, because it said, I don't have to move. I can say that you as a black man was a threat, so I'm going to keep my knee on your neck if you don't move for 9 minutes, and I don't give a fuck if you die, because I could justify it because you're a black male, you 6 foot tall, you didn't listen, you are a threat. You are a threat. You are a threat. And if I pull out my gun and start shooting at your black ass, I have been trained to not stop shooting until you are dead, until you are dead, until you are dead. Breonna Taylor will never get justice. Oh, I'm sorry. Breonna Taylor's shooting death is justified. No, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. I'm emotional, y'all. Breonna Taylor, no one will ever be charged. Let me say it right. No one will ever be charged in the shooting death of Breonna Taylor. Thank you, God, for helping me out. No one will ever be charged in the shooting death of Breonna Taylor. We talking about the turkey leg hut, but we really not talking about the turkey leg hut. Breonna Taylor's shooting death was justified. We know who killed Breonna Taylor. It's in my description. Read my description. The district attorney and FBI found the shooting death of Breonna Taylor to be a justified shooting, which is why no one will ever be charged in her death. Never. No one will ever be charged in her death. Today, I'm emotional because this case is about a police officer who was on the no-knock warrant, who did not shoot and hit Breonna Taylor, but his bullets went into an adjacent apartment, and he is being charged for shooting into that apartment. But the men who shot and killed Breonna Taylor will never be charged for her death, because the FBI, your country, the FBI is your nation, your country. That's feds, that's the federal, that's the president, that's your country. That's not just the state, the city, the county. The FBI said it was justifiable. The district attorney then said, I refuse to prosecute. Just in case you didn't know. Just in case you didn't know. It's not a training issue. It's a lack of common sense. Medical professionals are trained professionally, but have to exercise common sense, logic to save a life. It was a training issue. Dylan Roof and all other non-black mass shooters would have been apprehended peacefully, but would be dead as well, period. I agree. It's not just training, it's a stigma. It's the stigma that the black man has. It's a stigma that Martin Luther King preached about in his last sermon that got him killed. Why have blacks not been able to matriculate in society when other minorities have? Asians, Mexicans, Other minorities have been able to move up. Dr. Martin Luther King, can you explain to me why your people, why Black people have not been able to matriculate in American society when other minorities who face similar hardships have? He answered, there is a stigma, there is a stench that is on the Black male. We are seen as inherently violent, sexually deviant. And it is this stigma, that stench, that prohibits us from matriculation as other minorities when we walk into a bank, when Barack Obama spoke about his experience in the elevator. This is why this is so important to me, because the law simply says all I need to do is deem perfect as a threat. And society has said the Black male is a threat. Everyone in society, in every shooting in the Black Lives Matter testimony, someone called the police on the Black man and said, this Black man is scary, this Black man is violent. And the police came with guns out simply because there was a Black man with no arms, no guns, no training, no nothing. It was enough. It was enough to come with 6 police cars and 20 guns for one Black male, because society has said that Black men are a threat. It is the King Kong Kung Fu. It keeps you from matriculation in this country. And these laws, look at how his wife might be Black, y'all. A lot of police officers marry Black women. Look at him. He's disgusted. He's disgusted by what he had to say. He's disgusted because he doesn't want it to be that clean and dry. He's disgusted with the fact that no one will be going to jail for Breonna Taylor. He's disgusted in the fact that it's true, that we can shoot to kill. And the threat, if you're a Black man, is simply being born. But some of y'all might not like me saying this type of stuff, but you ain't never been a 6'2", 300-pound Black man. You never been a 6'2", 300-pound Black teenager without a father figure and a lack of understanding of why people treat you the way they treat you, with a big old heart and a big old smile, and wondering why everyone is afraid of you and you just want to make people laugh. Okay, see, we back, everybody. I got some more for you.
Not testify. He was unavailable to either party. You shall draw no inference from the fact that Myles Cosgrove did not testify in person. He was not available to either party. His testimony will be presented by video deposition from another proceeding, which was conducted on May 26th of 2021. He was under oath at that time. All right.
Your Honor, we're broken up into the clips that you permitted, so I will play one, play another, and play another. They are not all the way through.
Okay. And you understand that what I sent you was to be excluded, so.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, ma'am. Morning. Good morning. Mr. Cosgrove, my name is Steve Romines. Mr. Moore and I represent Kenny Walker in this case. You ever done a deposition? No. Okay. Sworn testimony, like you've testified in court before, correct?
Yes.
Only difference is that we don't have a judge here and court reporter's taking it down rather than video. Okay. Now, by it not being on video, head nods, uh-uhs are harder for the court reporter to understand. So answer the questions verbally with yes, no, explain however you want to do it. Okay.
I understand.
If anything I ask you that you don't understand, just ask me to rephrase it. Okay.
Yes.
We ever had a case together?
I think so.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Yes.
All right, could you please state your name for the record and spell it for the court reporter?
Myles Cosgrove, Myles with a Y, M-Y-L-E-S, Cosgrove, C-O-S-G-R-O-V-E.
And let's go off the record. All right, what's your current employment, Mr. Cosgrove?
I'm not employed right now.
Okay. How long were you with LMPD?
Approximately 15 years.
Okay. In various different roles?
Correct.
Okay. What are the SOPs? Just what
are they?
generally
Generally,
speaking,
they
what's
are rules and regulations, operating procedures.
that you're supposed to follow?
Correct.
Are you required to be familiar with them?
Yes.
And are you ever tested or certified on them?
You're not tested on them, no. You are them. You sign off on them as they're updated throughout the year.
When going into March 12th of 2020, when would have been the last time you personally reviewed the SOPs?
I don't know. SOPs are you are given your SOPs in the academy as all of them, and then throughout your career you are given SOP updates and familiarization throughout your career. So there is no review time per se.
When would be the last time that you would have reviewed an SOP about execution of search warrants?
I don't know that answer.
Same with body cams. When the last time you would have reviewed one of those?
Correct. I wouldn't know that.
Now, when is it your understanding that it's permissible to deviate from the SOPs?
Well, SOPs are most of them are a generalization of what you should and shouldn't do. I can't really give you an exact example, but there are times when you need to deviate from set rules and regulations. It could be for exigent circumstances. It could be for something that you or the department isn't familiar with, something that has never happened before. It would have to be something that hadn't been thought of before, okay, for the most part.
So, and exigent circumstances, and that could include public safety or officer safety.
Correct, yes.
All right. And then something that's not covered by them.
Correct.
Other than that, though, you're supposed to follow them.
Yes.
Had you ever worked with PBI prior to March 12th of 2020?
No, sir.
So this was the first time. Had you worked with any of the officers in PBI?
Yes, PBI was a new unit, so yes, I had worked with them in other aspects prior to
it becoming PBI?
To PBI, correct.
Okay. Who had you worked with?
Sergeant Kyle Meany, Mike Campbell, and Josh James. That's it.
But once they became PBI, you had never worked with that specific unit.
Correct.
What was your unit at the time on March 12th?
I'd only been in that unit for a few months. What the heck was it? Was called
CID?
CID, Criminal Interdiction Unit. Yeah. That's narcotics. That was the new name of narcotics.
Okay, the new name of narcotics was CID?
I believe so, yes.
Or was it a division of narcotics as a whole?
Shoot, I don't remember.
Doesn't matter.
I mean, I'd only been in the new transition for a few months, so I wasn't concentrating on this.
Okay. What were you, what jobs were you primarily performing in March of 2020?
Mid-level drug dealers, complaints, mid to low-level complaints and drug dealers.
Not parcels or anything like that?
No.
Now, did you have any role in the investigation of Jamarcus Glover?
No, I didn't have any role.
Did you have any idea who Jamarcus Glover was
No, I didn't.
until you went to the briefing that night?
I wouldn't say I knew who he was at the briefing. I was just told of the name and whatnot. So to who he was, no. The name, yes.
So had no role in the investigation at all?
Correct, no role.
No role in the preparation of the search warrant?
Correct, no role.
No role in the threat matrix?
Correct, no role in that either.
Did you ever see it?
That threat matrix, no, I have seen the threat matrix before, but not that evening's
For
threat
Springfield?
matrix. Correct, I have not seen that one.
Okay, so didn't see it before the search warrant
Correct,
was executed, didn't see it at the briefing,
correct,
never saw it any time.
correct.
Did you have any idea who Breonna Taylor was?
No.
Did you have any idea who Janiyah Palmer was?
No.
That she lived at that address that you guys were executing the search warrant on?
No.
What about who Kenny Walker was? Do you have any idea who he was?
No, I had no idea who any of those folks were.
Had any idea that Kenny Walker was at the residence that you guys were executing the search warrant on?
No.
Did you have any idea if Jamarcus Glover was actually there, going to be there or not?
No.
So it sounds like you didn't really know anything about what was going on at 303 Springfield when you guys went to execute the search warrant.
No, I knew what was happening, or I knew the plan, but I did not know the occupants or the targets that we were going after, if that makes sense.
Okay. What is a surveillance officer's job?
A surveillance officer's job is to report, obviously, what they surveil or what they see to parties that have an interest in what we're doing. They need to report who, what, when, where to the folks that need the information in a timely manner.
So if you're executing a search warrant and you have a surveillance officer observing the location, one of the things one of their jobs is to convey the information timely to the people executing the search warrant.
Yes.
Of who's there.
Well, they may not know who is there, but bodies that are there, correct?
If they, not the actual persons, but if 5 people are there, they're supposed to convey that to you.
Correct.
If 1 person's there, they're supposed to convey that to you.
Yes.
If people leave, they're supposed to convey that to you.
Yes.
And people arrive, they're supposed to convey that. Correct. Okay. Was any of that information ever conveyed to you or the individuals executing the search warrant?
I was told that there was 1 individual at the apartment, which would have been the female, Breonna Taylor.
And as we learned,
it was described, I remember it as a heavy-set female as at the apartment.
and that you learned that in the briefing.
Correct.
But and as we now know, there was more than 1 person there.
Yes.
And had arrived that evening.
At some point, yes.
But that was never conveyed by the surveillance officer who was watching the location.
Correct. Not to me, but yes.
Well, and as one of the people executing this search warrant, if that information is conveyed to anyone on the team, it should be conveyed to everyone executing the search warrant.
Yes, it should. Immediately, yes.
Because executing a search warrant really is one of the most dangerous things that law enforcement can do.
It is inherently dangerous, yes.
It's inherently
Yes.
dangerous. And if you don't have proper intel, it's even more dangerous.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And if you don't know who's in the location, it's even more dangerous.
Yes.
If you don't have an accurate threat matrix, it's even more dangerous.
Yes.
If it's not planned properly, it's even more dangerous.
Yes.
And if you have a combination of multiple factors, such as we just mentioned, poor planning, poor threat matrix, poor intelligence, poor surveillance, that makes it even more dangerous.
I would say poor planning and all those things that you listed make it inherently dangerous. I'm not agreeing that that evening those facts were poorly planned but yes.
We'll cover that.
But factors that are overlooked for any plan can make it more dangerous.
So if certain, you don't have to concede at this point that these things happen. We'll just talk about it. If surveillance is improperly performed or poorly done, that makes it more dangerous.
Yes.
If intelligence is improperly performed and poorly done, that makes it more dangerous.
Yes, it does.
If the planning of the actual stack and raid is improperly or poorly done, that makes it more dangerous.
Yes.
If the threat matrix is inaccurate or improperly done, that makes it more dangerous.
Yes.
And you combine all of these various factors that make something that's inherently dangerous even more dangerous, it gets to be pretty foreseeable that something bad could happen, doesn't it?
If you're overlooking dangerous factors that you're saying, yes, it would continue to exponentially make what you're doing more dangerous.
And there comes a point when if you continue to stack one thing after another, that it becomes likely that something bad's going to happen, or definitely foreseeable.
It would compound in the error, yes.
Now, you've indicated that you were told to assist in the execution of this search warrant.
Correct. I volunteered to assist in working that night. I was assigned a task.
Now, did you volunteer via email or sign up, or how did that work?
I don't remember exactly, but it would have been one of those ways.
Okay. Now, you previously indicated in your interview with PIU that all of CID was told to assist.
Well, I believe that's all on overtime. They can't make you work overtime, so that may have been a mischaracterization, but
You can start right there just to see if that refreshes your recollection, or you can correct it, or how you want to do it. 130.
Okay, my fault. Well, this is saying that I was told to go to the roll call room, not that I was told to assist in the actual voluntary of the incident.
So you were not told to assist in the execution of the search warrant. You volunteered.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, let's just cover exactly what you said in your interview. You started at approximately. This is an interview from PA. Starting at like 1:32. So approximately.
So at approximately 10 o'clock, we were told to all of the narcotics or CID was told to meet in the roll call room to assist unintelligible unit with several. We were with unit with several warrants that they were briefing.
Now, is that what is in your interview?
Correct. I'm saying that I was told to go to the roll call room to participate in the brief.
Okay, so you weren't told to assist the unintelligible unit. Presumably that's PBI.
Can you say that again?
Yeah. You say So at approximately 10 o'clock, we were told all of the narcotics or CID was told to meet in the roll call room to assist the unit with several warrants that they were briefing.
Correct. So I'm in an office space and I'm being told to go to a briefing room. I'm being told to move from one location to another location to attend the briefing.
So you weren't told to assist in the execution of these warrants. You were just told to go to the briefing room.
Correct.
Now, how did you volunteer to assist in the execution of these warrants?
I don't remember exactly, but it's typically email or verbal, voluntary, or through phone call.
And who conducted the briefing?
I'm really bad with names. So the female officer, Kelly Hanna, and Wes Barton were the folks that I remember as having a role, speaking role in the briefing room.
So you don't recall Josh James conducting the briefing?
Correct, I don't.
You recall anybody else speaking at the briefing?
No.
What was covered at the briefing?
It's a big question. They're covering all the locations we're going to. They're covering the targets. They're covering individual unit responsibilities. They're covering timelines.
Did it cover who was in charge?
Of the entire brief? I don't remember that. I know they would, on your stack it is covered who's in charge, or on your particular assignment.
Okay, who was in charge of your particular assignment?
Lieutenant Sean Hoover.
Is that reflected in the briefing on the whiteboard?
I would think so, as the order of, I'd have to look at that photograph, I'm not sure.
We'll go down here to the lead detective's obligations. What does that indicate?
2631 lead detective. Prior to serving the search warrant, the lead detective may request assistance from the tactical operations team with videotaping the location unless exigent circumstances exist. The lead detective is also responsible for the following.
Keep going.
Number 1, notification of a supervisor. 2, completion of the search warrant matrix or risk assessment matrix. Number 3, completion of the search warrant checklist. Number 4, completion of an operation plan. 5, securing the approval of the operation plan. 6, entering pertinent information about the search warrant location in the HIDTA, HIDTA, which is HIDTA deconfliction software. And 7, being present at the pre-service briefing.
Okay. Now, to your understanding, who is the lead detective in this case?
PBI Josh James.
Okay. And he was not present at the pre-service briefing, correct?
Not. I don't remember him being there. Correct.
Okay. Are you aware if the information was entered into the regarding the search warrant location entered into the HIDTA deconfliction software?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of the operation plan being approved by a supervisor?
The operations plan could be construed as the whiteboard. The operations plan, even for me, would have been the whiteboard. And there are commanders there, so I would say yes, that is. From how I'm looking at it, yes, that has been approved.
Are you aware of a requirement of a written operations plan?
Yes, there is a requirement for a written document.
And that wasn't done, was it?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So the requirement for the SOPs requires a written operations plan to be done before a search warrant is executed, correct?
Correct. But folks in the briefing are not, it's not pertinent information that you're given.
My question was, the standard operating procedures for the execution of a search warrant, which we've established is inherently dangerous, requires a written operations plan.
Yes, it does.
And that was not performed, was it?
I don't know.
You never
All
saw
I
it.
know is, correct, all I saw was the whiteboard information.
And according to the both narcotics as well as the general LMPD's SOP, writing it on a whiteboard is not permitted as a substitute for a written operations plan, is it?
That's a yes and no question for me, because you may have a warrant that needs to be done quickly. So your operations plan may be written on the windshield of a car with a marker. And then later on you go back and you type up your document per se. But I don't know if that was done that evening.
Okay, well, do you have any reason to believe that a search warrant that contained information from January 16th, 2020, and was executed on March 13th of 2020 had to be done immediately?
No, yes, that should have been done within that time frame.
It should have been done. It's required to be done. To your knowledge, it wasn't done.
Correct. I don't know if it was done. Yes.
And while we're talking about it, we'll look at the general LMPD's preparation for search warrant. Now, I've highlighted for you there. Yeah. They will be. This will be exhibit 2. Narcotics. What does that indicate?
8-1.
He is looking at standard operating procedure, SOP 8.1, search warrants. And he's looking specifically at 8.1.17, preparation for search warrant execution. Go ahead and read it.
8.1.17, preparation for search warrant execution. The highlighted area, the lead officer will complete a search warrant operation plan form LMPD 050025. Prior to the warrant service, the on-scene commander will act as the incident commander for service of the search warrant, and the incident command system will be implemented and followed. The IC incident commander will conduct a briefing with all search team personnel. This briefing will include 1, a review of the operations and procedures that the search personnel will follow. 2, analysis of conditions at the premises utilizing maps, charts, diagrams, appropriate tactics and equipment that are being used in the event of forced entry, a pre-planned hospital route.
Okay. Now, this is, again, these can be disregarded under exigent circumstances or public safety.
Yes.
Right? And
Well, no. Those all need to be done in some form. If you don't do those things, then in some form they have to be done prior to doing anything, exigent circumstances or not.
okay. And the search warrant operations plan that is required by policy has an actual specific form, doesn't it?
Yes, the operations plan, yes, has a tracking error form number, yes.
Yeah. Because again, we're talking about something that is inherently dangerous.
Correct.
And there are several policies and procedures put in place to try to make it less dangerous.
Yes.
And one of those is the search warrant operations plan.
Yes.
and a specific form that has to be filled out before a search warrant is executed.
Typically, yes, that form would be filled out unless there were mitigating circumstances that wouldn't allow it for the time.
Yeah, exigent circumstances or public safety.
Correct.
And again, none of those exist in this search warrant, do they?
I don't have knowledge of that.
So we know that wasn't performed, the search warrant operations plan. The on-scene commander will act as incident commander. Who's that?
The on-scene commander typically is the first person on scene. For a warrant, for a search warrant, it would be the person with the most, it'd be the person whose warrant it is, because they have the most information.
Okay, and that would be Josh James.
Not necessarily. Someone who is giving the briefing may have as much information that John had, James has.
Okay, now we just covered in the narcotics SOPs, the lead detective, who is James,
Correct.
is required to be at the briefing.
That's what that says, yes. There are mitigating circumstances. His supervisor could have approved it, but typically a lead detective, someone who has intimate knowledge with what you're about to do, typically gives a brief.
Well,
And I again, may be incorrect that he was in there or not.
so you think he might have been there?
There was a lot of people in there.
You just don't
I just
recall seeing
I
him?
don't recall him being in there. Correct.
You don't recall him doing the briefing?
Correct.
However, again, under the narcotics division's own internal policies, the lead detective is required to be present at the briefing.
According to that, yes.
Well, this is the narcotics division's own policies, isn't it?
Yes, but we agreed earlier that policies can be changed for certain reasons. And again, if Josh had something that had to be done, and other individuals have that same intimate knowledge of what's happening, it would be appropriate for them to give information to the folks in the briefing room.
So if there's a public safety issue that Josh is dealing with, or there's exigent circumstances that require him to not be present, then obviously the SOP can be ignored.
Objectives kind of a question. SOPs and narcotics, documents speak for themselves. This witness has already testified that he had no role in preparing this warrant. Calls for speculation. Other witnesses we can all just listen to what's going on.
Objection noted. You will. Is it your testimony that even without exigent circumstances or public safety issues, that this requirement that the lead detective be present at the briefing can be ignored?
Yes, it can be. There are other reasons that would have to be between that unit and those supervisors on why individuals aren't there.
What are those other reasons? No, I mean, if you.
What are other reasons?
Yeah, you think there's other reasons? What are they?
There could be vital intelligence that he needs to convey to other people. There could be other intelligence that he needs to report to other, like SWAT, for instance. Maybe he has to tell other units very vital, important information. I can come up with scenarios, but I don't really know the answer to that question.
Well, there are none listed in any of the SOPs other than exigent circumstances and public safety. You can't just ignore them because you want to, can you?
No, correct.
And and again, as we established earlier, they are put in place for specific reasons.
Yes.
And they are best practices.
Yes.
And one of the reasons there are so many SOPs concerning the execution of search warrants is because it's inherently dangerous.
Yes, it is.
And the SOPs are designed to make it as safe as possible.
Correct.
And when they are ignored or disregarded, it becomes less safe.
Yes.
Now, as we just covered with this document here, okay, which is the LMPD's SOPs, okay, 8.117. Preparation for search warrant. 8.1.17. 8.17.
I got you. There you go. Field operations preparation.
Preparation for search warrant. In the first paragraph, what is the last sentence in the first paragraph?
The lead officer will complete a search warrant operations plan, form number 05002.
And as we just covered, Josh James was the lead officer, to your understanding.
Correct.
And there's a specific search warrant operations plan form that LMPD has prepared.
Yes.
And it's required. There's nothing in this SOP that says we'll complete a search warrant operations plan form if he so chooses or at his discretion. It's required.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, it was not done in this case.
I don't know if it was done or if it wasn't done or when it was done. Correct.
You never saw it.
Correct.
And then the next paragraph, prior to the warrant service, the on-scene commander will act as incident commander. And we just talked about your understanding would be Josh or that would be who?
So prior to the search warrant, the on-scene commander will act as the incident commander for service of the search warrant, and the incident command center will be implemented. So prior to the search warrant, we are in the office. So the on-scene commander, the incident commander would be Josh J, or whoever is giving the briefing. Whoever I'm being told is in charge of these warrants.
The IC will conduct a briefing with search team personnel. The briefing will include a review of operations and procedures that the search personnel will follow.
Correct.
Did that occur?
Yes, there was a briefing, and there is a plan that is discussed in the briefing.
What was the plan discussed?
That's a really big question because there's multiple locations. So
I'm talking about on your team.
Which part of the plan? Like the entire plan?
How you're going to make entry, if entry's required, who's carrying the ram, who's first, who's got the ballistic shield, all these things. What was covered?
Part of that was covered in the briefing room, and then part of that was covered in the parking lot prior to going to the location.
Okay. Which part was covered in the briefing room?
Who would be there, the who, what, when, where, and why. The particular jobs, like the VO job, the administrative jobs that we're going to do. Who is in charge?
And who was in charge? Who did they say was in charge?
Lieutenant Hoover is the highest ranking person there, so he would be in charge.
Okay. Now, was that changed during the course of the briefing?
Of who was in charge?
Uh-huh. And you indicated what's covered is the who, what, when, where, and why.
Correct.
What was the what?
The what would be the location or what we're looking for.
Okay.
That's just a generality that I'm saying. You want as much information as you can before you leave that room.
And that would be who's there, who all's there.
Correct.
Layout of the place.
Yes, you'd want all intelligence that the briefing team has conveyed to you prior to you leaving that room.
And that would be valid, legitimate intelligence, not stuff that's incorrect.
Correct. Yes, you would not want incorrect information.
Because that makes it even more dangerous. Having no intelligence is not as bad as having incorrect intelligence.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And as we learn in this case, believing there's one female there, when that's the intelligence you're given, becomes even more dangerous when you subsequently find out that there's another male there.
Incorrect intelligence is dangerous. Multiple parties at a residence exponentially increase the danger.
And again, you guys did not understand or were not advised that there were multiple parties there, did you?
Correct.
And not having that information made this situation more dangerous.
Yes, it can.
It did in this case, didn't it?
Correct, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 3, which is a picture of the whiteboard. Yeah. Okay. Now you see Springfield on that,
Yes.
okay? And you indicated, no, I'm not done. I'm going to ask you some more questions about that. Who is listed under Springfield?
Sergeant Mattingly, Mike Campbell, Nobles. I'm not sure how to say this name, but Dorr, James King, Cosgrove, Hankison, and Franklin, who is a dog. What is it?
Now, you indicated that you all were advised that Hoover was the incident commander.
Correct.
Sure. Sorry. Hoover was the incident commander. And also I asked you, was the board changed over the course of the briefing? You indicated no, not to your knowledge. Hoover's not on Exhibit 3, is he?
Correct. I don't know when this was taken though. But no, he is not on this picture. They're in this picture.
And Josh Dorr, didn't go to the scene, did he?
Correct.
And Colin King didn't go to the scene, did he?
Correct.
So the search warrant operations plan, or whatever this is supposed to be on the board, isn't even accurate, is it? It's not accurate, is it?
Correct. Those individuals did not go with us.
Okay. So even if this is the information contained in the briefing, what's on this board, again, we're operating on stuff that's not correct.
Well, search warrants and police work is flexible. It's always changing. But these folks were not at the location. Okay. So it is.
It's not accurate.
It is not accurate.
And I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 4, which is a different picture of the same board. Now, what do you see that's different about it? Sure.
It is different in that. Then in that, Lieutenant Hoover has been added to the bottom. And that's it. Just Lieutenant Hoover's been added to the bottom.
Okay. Has Noble's name been changed?
There's no K in Nobles on this picture here, or on this picture here.
Yeah. Exhibit 3, Nobles was spelled with a K, and Exhibit 4, Nobles was spelled with an N.
Correct.
Okay. So at some point in time, somebody made changes to these whiteboard that we're using as a search warrant operations plan.
Again, police work is very flexible. I don't know if I've ever been to a briefing where they have not changed the whiteboard as they are giving the brief for whatever reason.
Is the search warrant operations plan form LMPD 050025 allowed to be changed whenever? And we don't know if it was in this case or not because we've never seen one.
Correct.
And there's no exemption, as we covered already, for writing on the whiteboard being a replacement for the search warrant operations plan is the discussion.
The operations plan needs to be completed at some point.
And not completing it makes the situation more dangerous.
The operations plan, this is my operations plan. When I go to the briefing, this is my operations plan.
Does any of this, either one of these pictures, reflect who's on the RAM?
No.
Does it reflect where the people are in the stack?
No, this is just a list that is put on the board, and the incident commander or someone in this group will, you guys will have your side brief, because you may not know the strengths and weaknesses of each team member until you have your parking lot meeting, what I call it, parking lot meeting.
Is that always done? Parking lot meeting?
To some extent, yes. Yes, you may want to walk through or rehearse or double check equipment. So yes, in some form.
Was there any walkthrough done in the parking lot in this case?
We had a meeting, for lack of a better word, in the church parking lot off of in the church
St.
parking
Andrew's
lot,
Church.
St. Andrew's Church area. So yes, we had a parking lot brief.
Was there a walkthrough done?
No, and when I mean walkthrough, I'm meaning, you're making sure you got if you have the RAM, well, then you should have it in your hand. Like an equipment check, a familiarization. You make sure that everybody that's supposed to be on your team is with you in this parking lot. You're like walking through what's happening and who's with you.
And do you discuss who's where in the stack as you're going in?
Yes, those assignments would be determined after this briefing with the folks you're working with.
Okay, is that where everybody's role in the entry of the search warrant covered in the briefing that was done in this case at CID, or in your parking lot meeting?
It could be, but I remember it as our role was occurring in the parking lots.
Okay. So it was not covered in the briefing?
I don't believe it was, no.
So it was just going to be up to you guys when you had your second meeting to determine who does what, everyone's role?
Correct.
Okay. Now it's fine.
Off the record, it's 10:57. Back in the record at 11:04.
I think where we stopped, we were talking about the briefing at headquarters versus, and we'll use the phrase parking lot briefing, and what's covered in each of them. And I'll show you again, you've got in front of you the LMPD's SOPs. Go to 8.1.17. And we covered the lead officer will complete a search warrant operations plan, which wasn't done. The on-scene commander will act as the incident commander for the service of the search warrant. And the incident command system will be implemented and followed. What is that?
The incident command system is a command and control. So typically it's the first person on scene who is in charge, and then as more folks arrive, that command structure starts to fluctuate based on either experience or rank.
Okay, so is that not determined at the briefing, or who's in charge of the search warrant execution? Or is it just whoever the next highest ranking guy is?
So can you say that again?
Okay, what I'm trying to determine is, was the incident commander determined when you all left the briefing room, or did you all determine that in the parking lot?
No, that is predetermined based on Lieutenant Hoover's rank.
Okay, so he was the incident commander.
Yes.
All right. And it says, if you keep reading there on the second paragraph, the IC will conduct a briefing with search team personnel.
Correct.
Now that would be Lieutenant Hoover.
Yes.
Did he conduct the parking lot briefing?
Yes. A parking lot briefing is conducted by someone who is has rank and experience. A parking lot briefing is where you get your assignments and then you talk it through.
Okay.
So yes, that was conducted.
What assignment were you given? Were you given any assignment at the briefing at the station?
I was assigned to the locations.
But that's it.
Correct, yes.
Your role in the execution was never covered in that briefing.
At the station, correct.
Okay. Was anything else covered in the briefing at the station? Where you're going, this is who's going, and we're looking for dope or money or whatever.
There's a lot of things explained. What are you referring to? Exactly?
What else was covered in the briefing at the station with the white?
It was covered that this would be a knock and announce warrant. It was covered that there would be a heavy set female there. We were given the task of finding documents, not necessarily drugs. And I'm sure there are other things, but those are the ones that stand out.
Did you ever think to yourself, why are we going in at 12:30 at night looking for documents?
No, that is all. I'm being asked to assist. That planning is above me. That's predetermined.
That's not your role.
Correct.
Right? You're not allowed to question.
I'm allowed to question it. Yes, but that did not come up.
Have you, subsequent to this, wondered why were we going in at 12:30 at night looking for documents?
No, that's part of their planning logic, and I wasn't part of that. I haven't been provided any documents as to why they decided to do that.
Do you have any reason why SWAT wasn't consulted?
SWAT was consulted. SWAT was consulted if SWAT was there at certain locations, but I was not part of that.
Do you believe SWAT was consulted on the Springfield warrant the night it was executed?
No, I didn't know if they had or hadn't.
Would that also be information that's not part of your job requirement in this case?
Correct.
Now, we keep going here. The incident commander will conduct a briefing with all search team personnel. The briefing will include a review of operation and procedures that the search personnel will follow. Now, I think you're saying that occurred in the parking lot. It did not occur at the briefing station.
That's how I remember it, yes.
Okay. What was covered?
Well, are you referring to Lieutenant Hoover or is that what you're referring to?
Whoever the IC was that will conduct a briefing with all search team personnel.
Are you talking about in the office or in the parking lot?
Either one. Did they cover?
Yes, that was covered. Your task, yes.
Okay. The operation and procedure was covered at both the briefing, at the station, and in the parking lot, or just in the parking lot?
The operation, which is the whiteboard, is covered in the office, and then our operation is discussed in the parking lot.
The procedures you're going to use to make entry was discussed in the parking lot.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And that's who's where,
Yes,
who has what equipment,
correct,
whose job is to do everything.
correct.
Now, you're planning this out before you execute what you said is an inherently dangerous situation.
Yes.
Can you just change your mind? Once you're assigned a role, can you just say, nah, I don't want to do that. I want to do something different when you get there?
You cannot deviate from the plan. You can talk to folks and tell them why you may want to look at a different angle, but no, if you're given a task, you need to do that task.
Everybody has a job.
Correct.
And if people don't do their job, again, it becomes more dangerous for everybody.
Yes, problems can occur if you don't do any type of job.
Okay. And you all in the parking lot were all assigned a specific job.
Yes.
And what was yours?
My job was what I call perimeter or perimeter security. So folks call it different things, but I'm one of the perimeter individuals.
And that you understood that was your job to do.
Correct.
You're not responsible for the RAM.
Correct.
You're not responsible for making first entry.
Correct.
You're not responsible for ballistic shield.
Correct.
You're not responsible for backup of the person with the RAM.
No, that is incorrect. Police work is fluid. And if you see things that need to be corrected, you have a duty to correct them or to, let other folks know that there is something that needs to be corrected or dealt with.
We'll get that. That's what I'm asking is, there came a point in time when you realized that Nobles did not have backup.
Correct.
Right? And that was much more important than you guarding the perimeter.
Correct.
So you, at that point in time, realized my job was here, but I need to change jobs because somebody has to back him up.
Correct.
Now, presumably in the parking lot, somebody was assigned the job to back up Nobles.
Correct. Presumably, yes.
Because again, that's a very important part of this entire procedure.
Yes.
And whoever got that assignment wasn't doing it.
Apparently, yes.
And you had to change in the midst of it, change jobs, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And I think whenever you're having to make decisions on the fly on something that's done like this, it makes it more dangerous.
I would say it makes it complicated. Not necessarily dangerous, but it makes it a little bit more complicated.
Changing a plan in midstream is complicated in itself, isn't it?
Well, the plan wasn't changed. A job was changed.
And who wasn't doing their job? Who was assigned to back up for the RAM?
I don't know.
So you were at the briefing. One of the important jobs is back up for the guy actually making entry. And you don't have any idea who was supposed to back him up.
Correct.
This is pretty poor planning in and of itself of the actual entry, isn't it? You can ask.
Not that I don't remember. So it very well could have been planned, but I just don't remember whose job that was.
You don't recall anybody being assigned back up for the guy with the RAM.
Correct.
Now, that is actually one of the procedures that has to be covered in the briefing, isn't it?
I would think so.
Along with who's got the RAM, who goes in first, those types of things.
Yes.
Now, if you look at bullet point 2 of the briefing requirements.
An analysis of conditions at the premises utilizing maps and charts and diagrams when appropriate.
Now, did you have any idea the layout of the apartment?
No.
Okay. That would be information that would be helpful, wouldn't it?
If it's available, yes.
And again, do you know if it's available simply by calling the apartment complex and asking for a diagram?
Again, that's not my job to do that, so I don't know if you reflect that question. I don't know if a department person can provide us that information in that timely manner either.
Well,
You can't hear nothing?
show you the file, which is
Say that again?
the layout of the apartment.
There go the layout question right there. They're about to go over the plans. What'd you say? You can't hear nothing? Son Claw. We're trying to get Son Claw in, everybody. Got some technical difficulties like they used to say in the 80s. You know what I'm saying, my boy? Oh, we lost him. He's going to be back. Girl behind the mic said try a different browser. I see that was a different icon, so I think he's trying to get in on a different level. But he must have something that he got to get off his chest because he's trying to get in. I know he's working right now, hustling hard. Hustle, 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 hard, hustle. So we want to get in, bro, for sure, so we can get that opinion on the record for the replay. But bro, they about to get into the actual schematics. It looked like he was about to take out a piece of paper. So girl behind the mic. Yeah, these guys weren't charged for anything. So they weren't charged in the death of Breonna Taylor and not even poor conduct in the very least. Look at this guy, the shovel. He's no longer a police officer. No charges. And it seems like you get to be a police officer, and when somebody dies, you get to blame everybody else. Oh, I didn't know. But for black men, they tell us ignorance is no excuse for the law. You should have known. You know why you should have known? Because somebody died, right? Just like a pilot. A pilot's supposed to do a checklist, right? If a pilot doesn't do the checklist and someone dies or the plane crashes, the pilot is held accountable, right? That's the truth, right? This has happened before. Did you do the pilot checklist? You didn't check that, and the people died, and you alive? Oh, you going to jail. That's how it go. So he's asking a line of questions that, as a pilot, you're supposed to do a pilot checklist. And if you don't perform the pilot checklist and someone dies, then you should be held accountable. This is very confusing to me of why and how the FBI found this shooting justified when these individuals did not know who they were even shooting at and may not have even known who they were shooting at. Remember the testimony from earlier, it said, if you see a silhouette, would you be justified at shooting at a silhouette in a nighttime warrant? And I'm listening like, what? This is a real question from the defense. And he was confident to ask it because he knows the training says, yes, are you able to shoot at a silhouette? I'm like, how do you be able to shoot it? This is how everybody's dying. White, black, brown, it doesn't matter. Because it's legal for you to shoot at a silhouette. Does everybody know what a silhouette is? In a nighttime raid, you're shooting blindly. Now think about this. If you come in with a warrant, that means you're just simply coming to arrest me. Why you have your guns and why are you shooting? Because remember, Kyle Rittenhouse was innocent until proven guilty. Girl behind the mic said all these people in these shootings were apprehended without gunfire. Why? Why? Can anybody tell me why? I'm not guilty. Why do you need a no-knock warrant? I'm innocent like Kyle Rittenhouse. No matter what you're charging me with, I'm innocent. How can you justify a no-knock warrant on an innocent American citizen? There's some flaw with that logic. And that's why she's dead. And this disheveled, poor excuse for a peace officer was ill-informed. And I don't think that's an excuse. That's not an excuse. You should have been prepared. Let's listen to, let's see if they had the schematics, bro.
Yeah, the SOP, LMPD's SOP preparation for search warrant, 8.1.17. Now, wasn't your job to obtain this, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever see one?
No.
You are aware of anybody ever attempting to obtain one?
No.
And again, a scene diagram of where you're going is something that would be beneficial.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And would make again, this is part of the intelligence that you have, makes a dangerous situation less dangerous.
The more information that you have mitigates some dangers, yes.
And again, the requirements of the SOP says an analysis of the conditions at the premises utilizing maps, charts, and diagrams when appropriate. If it's available, it should be information that's provided. Should.
Objection. One question.
All information should be given to folks that are doing a search warrant if it's available, yes.
And again, if it's not available, then look for it. And if it can't be found, then it can't be found.
Objection. Has been considered, and also calls for testimony as witness statement.
You can answer.
I forgot your question. I'm sorry.
Before you send a fellow law enforcement officers into an inherently dangerous situation, you should exhaust reasonable efforts to give them a scene diagram. Should.
Yes, you should provide as much information as you can to the folks that are working your job.
And failure to provide it puts them at risk.
Failure to provide information to folks working any kind of job is
Dangerous.
It's dangerous. Yes.
And if it's an inherently dangerous job, such as executing a search warrant, it's even more important, isn't it?
Yes.
The next thing that the bullet point covers, tactics and equipment that are to be used in the event of a forced entry. This is supposed to be covered in the briefing. Was that covered?
Yes.
Okay. And again, I think we established you guys didn't do a walkthrough, but did you have any idea that amongst your team there was a ballistic shield?
No. Well, not in the parking lot. No.
In the briefing that you guys have regarding tactics and equipment that are used in the event of a forced entry, one of the tactics and equipment is a ram.
Correct.
The other one would be a ballistic shield.
Correct.
Right? And how, to your understanding, how does a ballistic shield work?
So I'm not a trained person on a ballistic shield, so I can give you a layman's version of it, but it is a bulletproof shield. It is inherently complex to operate. You would think it is easy, but it has limited vision. It's heavy. You have to have someone controlling the person who has the shield, giving this person direct directions. I am not a shield person or what's the term I'm looking for? A shield operator. So I don't know much more than that about a shield.
You've not been trained on it.
I am familiar with it, but not trained to. I would not be comfortable to use a shield.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. You've not been trained on using a shield. Have you ever done a search warrant when a shield was used?
Yes.
Have you ever done a search warrant where the shield was used?
Yes.
Okay. And is it designed for the, after entry is made, the shield goes in first?
No, the shield would go first. That would defeat the purpose of the shield if it's going after, typically.
Yeah, the way it's designed is ram breaks the door if that's required. Then the shield goes in regarding to protect anyone from shots.
Yes.
Right. So, and
Typically, yes, that would be, yes.
it doesn't make sense for shield to be last.
Not typically, no.
And in fact, since you've talked about it in some of your interviews, you were upset to learn as you guys were getting ready to go in that you all had a shield available.
Correct. I think I used the word irritated that we had a shield.
So in the parking lot briefing or the briefing at the station, nobody conveyed to you or to presumably to anyone else, oh, you guys have somebody with a ballistic shield.
Correct.
And that information would be inherently valuable, wouldn't it?
Yes,
because that person would go first.
yes, it would change the plan.
And then as you guys are walking in, and you've already done this plan in the parking lot and the briefing at the station, you look around and you see a guy with a ballistic shield.
Correct,
And it irritated you because we've not pre-planned for that at all.
correct.
And again, that is one of the things that is covered in the SOPs of the tactics that our equipment are to be used in the event of a forced entry. Ballistic shield would be one of those things.
Correct.
And that was never covered.
Correct.
And again, as I keep talking about it, but that made a situation that's already dangerous even more dangerous.
All I knew was that I was not informed of the shield, and that's of utilizing the shield. So when I say I'm irritated, I'm saying that I was not informed of this detail or this part of the plan.
And again, that would be valuable information.
Yes, it would.
And just to be clear, you weren't aware of it because it wasn't covered in the briefing at the station.
Correct.
And it wasn't covered in the briefing in the parking lot.
To my knowledge, it was not.
I mean, you were there, were you there the whole time in the parking lot?
We arrived at staggered times, but yes, I was.
They didn't start the briefing and then you show up halfway through.
No.
Okay. And had it been covered, again, I assume these situations are, you're paying close attention in these briefings.
If you're an intelligent person, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
you were paying close attention
Yes.
because you know it's risky.
Yes.
Know your job, know what you're supposed to do.
Correct.
And if it had been covered that, hey, we've got a ballistic shield, you would have noticed that.
Yes.
Okay. It was not covered.
To the best of my knowledge, it was not.
And again, that could be information that was also obtained or would be contained in a search warrant operations plan.
Yes, it should be.
And one was never done, to your knowledge.
To my correct. Yes.
And based on what we've talked about to this point, none of these things that have occurred up till now, did you have any role other than showing up at the briefing and going to do the job that was assigned to you?
Yes.
Okay, like the search warrant, the intel being provided, the lack of a layout, the incident commander or the lead detective not being at the briefing, not knowing who's got a ballistic shield, not knowing exactly how we're going in or whose job. None of those were your responsibility, were they?
Correct. Correct. I did not provide. Correct. Yes.
And as entry is being, and we'll talk about the knocking and whatnot, but entry is being made into, forced entry is being made into the apartment.
Yes.
And you realize at that point in time, you're doing your job of covering the perimeter. And you realize that someone either was not paying attention in the briefing or didn't get the assignment to cover the guy with the ring.
I know that someone is not with the ring. That's all I know.
And I think we covered. That is not something that we would just forget to do. That job would be assigned.
Yes.
Okay. And as you're doing your job of covering the perimeter, you recognize nobody is covering that guy who is really in the most danger of anyone.
In my opinion, yes.
So you take it on yourself to change jobs on the fly and go and cover him.
Correct.
search warrant preparation. No role in the investigation of Jamarcus Glover. No role in planning the search warrant execution.
Correct.
No role in conducting any of these briefings.
Correct.
None of these things were your responsibility. You didn't know it at the time. You know it now, don't you?
I wouldn't say that. No.
Okay. Now, let's go back to the narcotics SOPs. I do. That's marked as exhibit 1. Turn to page 42. Right here in the middle of the page, starting at in preparing the affidavit, middle of page 42. What does that say?
In preparing the affidavit, the officer should verify addresses, conduct surveillance or other cooperation, and take other appropriate measures to ensure accuracy of information.
Okay. Now, I think we talked about part of the accuracy of the information you guys had, there was a heavyset female alone in the apartment.
Correct.
That was false, wasn't it? It was not accurate.
The alone part would not have been accurate.
There was someone else there.
Yes.
And that, as we already covered too, that is valuable information to have.
Yes, it is.
Go all the way down to 2.6, 3.1, lead detective.
Lead detective prior to serving.
You guys can read out.
Yeah, read out loud. I'll read out.
Lead detective prior to serving the search warrant. The lead detective may request assistance from the tactical operations team with videotaping the location unless exigent circumstances exist. The lead detective is also
Hold on, there was
responsible.
a period there. Okay, so let's stop for a second.
Just to correct the record, you said tactical, it's
Technical.
Technical.
So prior to serving the search warrant, the lead detective, who would be Josh Jenkins,
Yes.
may request assistance from the technical operations team with videotaping the location unless exigent circumstances exist. Okay, that's what it says. Now, are you aware of any exigent circumstances that prevented that in this case?
I wouldn't have that information. So
what is the technical operations team?
I'm not sure. I don't believe I know what it's saying, but I don't think we have a tactical or a technical operations team. We have a unit that does video surveillance, but I'm not exactly sure what they're called.
Did you see any video surveillance of this location before you went to execute the search warrant?
No.
Now, after the period, it says the lead detective. What's that say?
The lead detective is also responsible for the following. Continue.
Yeah.
Number 1, notification of the supervisor.
All right,
2.
stop. Let's go one at a time. Are you aware of that occurred?
Did the lead detective notify his supervisor? And I believe that's obvious from the large group of people that we have there and all the assets there.
So you believe that occurred based on the briefing and whatnot?
Yes.
Okay, what's the next one?
Completion of the search warrant and risk assessment matrix.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, you never saw one of those.
Correct.
Okay. Number 3.
Number 3, completion of the search warrant checklist.
All right, what is that?
the search warrant checklist would be like as it says, it's a checklist to make sure that you have done certain things. As you said, surveillance. It's similar to the matrix. You're compiling some notes and some evidence.
So it's a checklist done to ensure A, that you're executing a search warrant on a proper place, and B, to ensure the safety of the people executing the search warrant.
Yes.
Okay.
Just a one question. Sorry, testified we didn't put role on the camera. Also testified he wasn't fully effective. That's false speculation.
No, right. You said yes. You never saw one of those.
Correct.
And then number 4,
Completion of an operations plan.
because we already covered. You never saw one.
They thought they were just gonna get by, not on the perfect perspective. Hold on, wait a minute. Now y'all know I stopped it before. God is good. Blessing on everybody. I know Sunclaw at work, they fucking with his browser, so everybody say a prayer for my brother. Make sure he's blessed on his journey, on his to's and fro's, on his highways and byways, and every endeavor. And everybody listening, I pray you blessed and have a blessed day. You know what I'm saying? It's Fat Tuesday today, Ash Wednesday. So I want everybody to be blessed and have a beautiful day. We talked earlier about the pilot's checklist, right? I made an analogy, right? And that's why I wanted to say God is good, because I had no idea that a search warrant checklist existed. It made sense to me, right? It made sense to me, which is why I made the leap, right? I made the leap. My brain made the leap in judgment, and I analogized that there should have been some type of checklist, i.e. what a pilot goes through. And if a pilot does not adhere to that checklist and something happens, then the pilot is responsible. Y'all look it up. When you learn how to fly, when you learn how to do the helicopter, it is important. That was one thing that, and then there's a piece of paper, and then when they talk to you when you're about to take off, and they ask you, did you go through the checklist? Did you do this? Do you do that? And you have to have that shit, and you have to have it in what's called the pilot's log, right? Remember like Star Trek? Remember Star Trek? Pilot's log, captain's log, right? You have to have this thing logged, the checklist, before you take off, right? And now we learn in this case, what you hear mumbled over. That's why I stopped it, because he's mumbling. The only reason he's testifying, because this is a Bill Cosby situation. Look at the difference between how we are treated and how others are treated. This is a Bill Cosby situation. What do you mean, Perfect? Bill Cosby was granted immunity, i.e., if I come in and I give a statement, I will not be charged, right? I will come in and I will give a statement, right? And they broke that. That's why Bill Cosby is free right now, because they broke the law, and they broke contractual law, because they made an agreement with Bill Cosby to come in and make a statement, and he will not be charged. This is the shooter of Breonna Taylor. He is making a statement. He has lawyers on the side. When you see him looking and not answering, his lawyer is instructing him what to say and what not to say. He has agreed to give a statement in exchange for no charges being pressed against him in the shooting death of Breonna Taylor. So he is giving a statement, which is why it's pre-recorded, and he is not part of the court proceedings, right? We ain't in court today, but this is the person who actually killed Breonna Taylor. And what are we finding out right now? What he is mumbling over, like Sunclaw said, he could have gotten that and should have gotten the maps from the fire department. So what he is mumbling over now is that he did not ever see a search warrant checklist. The search warrant checklist was not done. It was not performed, and there is no law. He is testifying under oath that there was no search warrant checklist. So I ask you again, is this justified? Because at the very least, can police officers be charged for misconduct or not following their training, right? Especially if that training leads to the death of a citizen, an innocent citizen. Is anybody listening? Y'all feel what I'm saying? I'm not trying to put 2 on the 10. I'm not trying to extrapolate too much out of this, but this is more than I think any of us knew. They've been hiding a lot of this case. Now we know why we've been distracted with protests, because the facts of the case is scary. The facts of the case is absolutely downright despicable and scary. This person should have never been a police officer. He was not prepared. He was not trained. And as a result, someone died, a woman, a mother, and no one is being held accountable. I think that's unacceptable. What y'all think? Now that you have more details about this case, we're talking about the turkey leg hut, but we're not talking about the turkey leg hut. Now that you have more details about this case, how do you feel now knowing that this is the individual who shot and killed Breonna Taylor, and he did not have proper and adequate training? He did not perform a search warrant checklist. He did not have the maps. He did not know that there was a ballistic shield. He was not prepared, and his ill preparation resulted in the death of Breonna Taylor. But yet he has not been charged. And this is what I'm saying. He's not even being charged in her death. Shouldn't he at least been charged at poor conduct as a police officer? He didn't follow his own training. He didn't follow his own protocol. Right? He did not go by the checklist. He is admitting he did not know there was a shield, so he could not use the shield. The lawyer had to tell him the proper procedure. He said, no, first the batter ram goes in, then the ballistic shield. He said it did not make sense that the ballistic shield would go last. It does not make sense that the ballistic shield would go last. So wait a minute. There was no checklist done. There was no map done. They did not know who was there. He did not know the proper precautions, procedures, and protections, meaning that they had a batter ram and they had a protection ballistic shield. By his own admission, it's very difficult to use the protection and ballistic shield. Now, I was under the impression that police can be held accountable for these things. I thought ignorance was no excuse for the law. He is admitting that he has been very ignorant. Shout out to Tommy Turner. Never seen you here before. Welcome in, brother. Thank you. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share. Sunclaw said, what is the name of that team or unit? Sound like SWAT or SWAT team to me. That's a good question. That's a good question because this team was ill prepared. Now think about what else he testified to. He testified to the fact that Sunclaw, it wasn't his team. It wasn't his team. He signed up for some overtime. That's why he came in off the street. He was a hired gun. I hate to say that because people hear us say things like that and they think that we being sensitive and emotional. But he is testifying. Even when girl behind the mic said it was a raid and it was a hit, I'm like, man, I don't want us to be too provocative. But he is testifying to the fact that this was actually a raid and a hit and that he was a hired gun. He was simply a shooter. If this is what I intimate, this is my perspective. I could be wrong, you guys. But if he had no knowledge of anything, but he had a gun and he was there, what was he there to do? And he shot. I believe he was there to shoot. When you go on missions like that, you bring some people that is there for shooting purposes. You don't need to know the plan. You don't need to know none of this shit. All you need is your gun because all you is a shooter. Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong. He didn't have knowledge of these things because it's not in his purview. He's not a detective. He's not really somebody that is supposed to be at that level. You there as a shooter. Oh, I don't know about no shield. Oh, I don't know about no checklist. I never saw it. Oh, I don't, not to my knowledge, not to my, what he's saying is in my role. Do y'all hear what I'm saying? What he is saying is in my role, I didn't have any knowledge of those things in my role. Because I'm not there for that purpose, right? We going in at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm here to make sure that everybody get home. And if somebody got to pull the trigger, it's going to be me. Special weapons and tactics, AKA SWAT. He just admitted that there was no search warrant checklist performed. That right there should be enough that someone on the team after Breonna Taylor was murdered should have been charged, right? With not following, because this is what happened. This is why Kim Porter was found guilty, because they put an expert witness on the stand that said This was the protocol. This was her training, and she did not follow her training. It resulted in the death of Dante Wright. If he did not follow the checklist, if he did not do anything he was trained to do, then he should have been held accountable for the death of Breonna Taylor. And that's not speculation. Again, everybody, no one will be charged in the shooting death of Breonna Taylor. The shooting death of Breonna Taylor has been deemed justified by the FBI and its state, the district attorney. This person here is testifying because he has been given immunity. He has no fear of ever being charged in the shooting death of Breonna Taylor. That's why you see him disheveled. That's why you see him with the answers he's giving. If anybody at home is wondering, I don't understand why because everybody, he has been given immunity. The FBI, on a federal level, excuse me, on a federal level, let me hit this tea. Wow, drink all my tea. Oh, that hurt my feelings. That hurt real bad. You know how you go for your cup. Oh, that hurt real bad. Gone. Gone. That sucks. No more tea. Hurt my feelings, man. Thought I had some tea left. No tea. So this at the very least, somebody, girl behind the mic, I know you have a stronger legal prowess than me. Is it too much to assume that any level of charges should have been lodged against the officers who shot Breonna Taylor and who did not follow protocol and it ended in an innocent life? Is that too much to ask? Now that we know the details, because in the beginning, you all you got was protests and anger and bricks through windows and people dancing in front of police officers. We don't have any details. This is the first time that we've learned what actually took place. It's the first time you've seen his testimony. His testimony's from 21. It's the first time all of these details are coming out. What really happened on the night of Breonna Taylor's death? Now we finally get the detail that they went in blindly. They went in blindly. I know a lot of people may have assumed that's what happened, and I know you may have prayed that did not happen, because what they told you in the beginning is, oh no, we knew what we was doing. We knew it was a drug dealer there. We knew that guy. We knew Breonna. So now think about all of the rumors from the black men who talk bad about black women. Think about all of the things that were said, the ignorant things that were said, right? Now we have proof. Think about all the ignorant things that were said about Breonna Taylor and her boyfriend. Now we have proof that the individuals who performed that raid that night had no knowledge, right? They didn't know anything about anything. They're about to get to the narcotics, right? They didn't have any knowledge about that guy, about guns, about anything. So all of those innuendos, all of those poor placed jokes about Breonna Taylor selling drugs, about this individual being a drug dealer, those were all ill-fitting. They had no knowledge. They went in blindly. But all we did was speculate. We speculated for 2 years. Oh, Breonna Taylor was selling dope. Oh, why did he have a gun? This was black people doing this. We speculated for 2 years. First time we hearing the truth. They went in with no knowledge of who was there, what was going on, and they did not use the proper protocol, and he admitted that they did not use the proper checklist, the proper protection, i.e. ballistic shield. That's why Breonna Taylor is dead, and that's why you should be frustrated, because he should be charged, not only in her death, but for not following training and police protocol.
One of those,
Correct.
to your knowledge, one was not performed or was not completed.
Objection. Mistakes of assistance.
I never saw that.
And I think we covered too, according to the SOPs, writing on the whiteboard is not a substitution for the operations plan, which has a specific form under the rules.
The whiteboard would not substitute the form. That you're referring to.
What's the next one?
Securing approval of the operation plan.
Okay, so that indicates that you have to prepare an operations plan and then get someone to approve it.
Yes.
Okay, are you aware if that occurred?
It's obvious that that did occur with all the assets that are available or that are being utilized that evening. But I don't have information.
Well, if an operations plan wasn't filled out, how could one be approved?
I don't believe there is a timeline as to when the operations plan the form has to be turned in per se, because these are fluid events. So if I turn in the operations plan, right.
Y'all see how you see what's happening? I think it's purposely designed this way. The operations plan had never been signed and turned in, and he had never seen one. There's no checklist, no operations plan, but there's protocol that says that you cannot conduct the search warrant without this operation plan being approved by a supervisor. That makes total sense to me, right? So that we have a record, a chain of events, right? A chain of command, right? How can you have a plan without the operations plan being signed by leadership? And his answer is, this is a fluid document. Well, when can it be signed? After the operation? Are citizens aware that this is the style of policing that is legal? I'm not making a decision on this. This is the perfect perspective. I want to know, as citizens, are you aware that this style of policing is legal? This is what's done every day. He is saying that the operations plan is a fluid document. The lawyer is saying, how can you have an operation if you don't have an operation plan? It's part of the rules. You can't have an operation without any military people in the chat, any police officers in the chat. The lawyer is saying you cannot have an operation without an operation plan, and it has to be approved.
Right now, and my search warrant doesn't happen for an hour, there may be a plan. So now I'm committed to that form that I've submitted previously.
Well, it's required by policy, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And it can't be done after a search warrant's executed. One of the reasons for it is to protect both public safety and any officers.
I don't know if there's a timeline to when it can be turned in.
It just has to be done before the search warrant is executed.
I believe it has to be done. I believe the form has to be completed.
It has to be completed and has to be approved prior to the service of the search warrant.
This is asking the operations plan, not necessarily the operations form. The form is an administrative form, and that's how I'm looking at it as. The plan would be what I call the whiteboard.
Okay. And again, the SOPs specifically indicate that there is an operations plan form to be used, don't they?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what's the next thing that's required?
So entering pertinent information about the search warrant location into HIDA deconfliction software.
You don't have any idea if that was performed or not?
No.
Okay. And what's number 7?
7, being present at the pre-service briefing.
Okay. And that would be the whiteboard briefing, correct?
I would think so.
Right. and Josh James is the lead detective. And to your knowledge, he was not at that briefing, was he?
That's correct. That's how I remember it, yes.
And even though this policy says the lead detective is responsible for being present at the pre-service briefing.
Yes.
Okay. Now, move on down to the supervisor will also verify and approve. And go ahead and just start with the phone.
The supervisor will also verify and approve, 1, the completion of an operations plan, 2, that all personnel participating in the execution of the search warrant have been briefed, 3, that information entry has been placed into deconfliction software, 4, that all personnel participating in the enforcement action have signed and dated the operations plan.
Let's stop there.
Number 4.
Let's stop there.
No objection to that question. Again, he's not a supervisor. He doesn't have any idea what the supervisor's going to verify or officer speculation.
Okay. You participated in the enforcement action, didn't you?
Objection.
Which would be the execution of the search warrant.
Correct.
Did you sign and date an operations plan?
No.
Guilty. 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 You perform just the same way we been saying it all morning. Ain't that what we said all morning? You perform the search warrant, right? You perform the action. Did you sign the operations plan? No. Guilty. Guilty. That's it. Guilty. How I want someone, I need a lawyer, I need a police officer. On what level has this person not been charged? Even if you're not going to charge him in the death of Breonna Taylor, how is he not charged for not signing? I know he's not a police officer anymore, but this resulted, he may have quit, he may have retired. This resulted in the death of an innocent mother, an innocent woman. Now you start thinking about quality of life, a value of life, who lives matter. It gets really bad, right? It gets really perverted, right? Because I know you thought about this case, right? And what they do is they play this game of the battle of the sexes. They play this game of divide and conquer, right? And they want everybody mad at each other. They want everybody to hate each other. They want everybody to be confused and distracted. You know why? Because you don't pay attention. Don't pay attention to the bouncing ball. Nobody's paying attention to the bouncing ball. Why pay attention to the bouncing ball? Really? Why pay attention, right? Because if we pay attention, we may be scared at our reality. Reality, what is that? What is that quote? Somebody, truth is stranger than, y'all help me out. But if you really were to pay close attention, you may be in fear of your actual reality. How many people knew this is how the game is played? How many people knew this is how the game is played? Now, you have a set of rules, and it all sounds right to me. You have to have an operations plan. Your superiors have to be involved. You need to have maps. You need to have schematics. You need to have knowledge of all of the protection and all of these. And then guess what? After we go through the operations plan, everybody involved needs to sign. Everybody involved, everybody on the plane. If you're a pilot, you got the pilot, you got the co-pilot, you might got 3 people in the cockpit, right? Might got 3 people in the cockpit. When we do this checklist, before we take off, all 3 pilots have to sign that checklist before we take off. That's it. That's that, or the plane doesn't leave the tarmac. This is. I need you guys to get this analogy. Everybody, if it's 3 pilots in the cockpit, right? Y'all seen Soul Plane. Y'all seen what's the other movie, Airplane? It's the main pilot, right? It's another pilot next to the pilot, right? It's the pilot and the co-pilot, and they got somebody on the side, right? It's 3 pilots in the cockpit, right? They perform a pre-flight checklist. It's required by law. As a pilot, I can lose my pilot's license. He's no longer a police officer. I could lose my pilot. Shout out to the antisocial life. Fiction. What part is fiction, homeboy? What part is fiction? What part is fiction? Come up. What part is fiction? Anti-social, socialite podcast. What part is fiction? Come on up. Let's talk about it. You've been in the chat for about 5 seconds. But you know, it's always it's, you know, we are so smart. We know everything. Even the things we don't know, we know. Even the things we don't know, we know. So you invited. Come on up, bro. Come on up. You invited with your podcast ass. Come on up. The link is in the chat. Come on up. What's fiction? Fiction. But anyway, this individual has, I don't even know if it's true testimony, right? What Bill Cosby gave, would you consider that testimony, right? He has, on the record, stated that he did not perform the pre-flight checklist and he did not sign the pre-flight checklist, but he flew the plane. And somebody died. And someone died. And it was his fault. He fired the fatal shot. The saying is truth is stranger than fiction. And I'm a female. Thank you, sister. The saying is truth is stranger than fiction. He fired the fatal shot. He fired the fatal shot. But he's now being held accountable. And he's able to admit that, yeah, I didn't follow protocol. I didn't know. I didn't do it. I didn't see it. Imagine someone dies, you have a gun in your hand, and your excuse or your defense is, perfect, you killed that person. Yeah, I didn't know. Perfect, did you check the gun and did you know if it was, I didn't know if it was a bullet in the gun. Perfect, did you look and see who you were shooting at? I didn't look. It was a gunshot, so I just started shooting. Wait a minute. People would say, the judge would say, people would say, wait a minute, perfect. What happened? Yeah, I heard a gunshot. So I just started blasting. Like Soldier Boy, right? Oh yeah. I was walking through the park, I heard a gunshot, and I just started blasting him. I killed that. What? Yeah. That's what happened. I got a concealed carry. It's my legal gun. I heard a gunshot. Oh, son, I'm sorry. We're gonna go to court. What do you mean we're gonna go to court? Oh yeah, you just can't shoot. What do you mean I heard a gunshot? No. Are you shot? Did you get shot? No, I didn't get shot. So simply because there was a gunshot doesn't justify you shooting. Now, in this case, to be honest, one of the police officers was shot in the leg, right? That is the truth. One of the police officers was shot in the leg. But what we're finding out from this line of questioning, that what took place that night is a result of their poor planning, their ill preparation, right? So my question is, at the very least, now that we know and understand, what is today? Today's Fat Tuesday, right? On Fat Tuesday is the first time you've heard any media, and the new black media is the media. And Jason Black says this, the new black media is media. No one else has said this. Today is the first time you've seen this. Today is the first time you've heard that the Breonna Taylor shooting was justified. We've heard a lot about Breonna Taylor, but today is the first time from black media, from YouTube content creator, you're hearing now the Breonna Taylor shooting death was justified. The man on the screen killed Breonna Taylor. This person, Detective Myles Cosgrove, shot the fatal shot for Breonna Taylor. Read my description. In my description, what you will see is that the FBI and the state said the shooting of Breonna Taylor was justified. That is why there will never be anyone charged in the shooting death of Breonna Taylor. That is why he is so confident in giving this testimony. He fears no reprisal. He fears no reprisal. He fears no reprisal. He's extremely confident in giving his testimony. He has been given immunity. He knows on a federal level and on a state level, the FBI cleared him and the district attorney said, I will not prosecute because the FBI said it was a justifiable shooting. First time ever heard in the news, on the media, Perfect Timing Podcast. Shout out to YouTube. Shout out to Facebook Live. Breonna Taylor's death was a justifiable shooting. From the FBI, your federal government, and the states, on a state level and the federal level, that Breonna Taylor shooting was a justifiable shooting. This clown shoes was the person who killed and shot Breonna Taylor. That's what we watching today. That's what you're watching. Testimony from the man who shot and killed Breonna. In case you didn't know who you were watching, my name is Perfect. This is the Perfect Timing Podcast. We live on 3 channels. Perfect Timing Podcast, Perfect Timing Podcast Live. I'm also live on Facebook right now on Patrick Potter. This is my courtroom show. My courtroom show is called The Perfect Perspective. We've done Kimberly Porter, who murdered Dante Wright. We've done Ahmaud Arbery, murdered by the McMichaels. We've done Kyle Porter, the Kenosha Kid. We did Bill Cosby. We did R. Kelly. Now we're doing Breonna Taylor. And what we have today is the actual person who murdered Breonna Taylor. Perfect timing, you did it again. Perfect timing, you did it again. You know who did it? God did it. God is good, man. Oh, Sun Claw's back. But your device still ain't no good. It says device not. Oh, okay. Let's go. Let's go. Sun Claw's in the building. What's up, bro?
Oh, man.
You
know what I clicked on? Before I was going on to the StreamYard link, from the team group.
Yeah.
This time I used the link in the chat, and for some reason it worked now.
Okay, cool.
Look, there's some things, if I had the ability, which I don't right now, I would like to look into. One, I caught something that sounded strange to me. He said that newly formed team, the team that was conducting that raid, why was it newly formed? And I remember him when the lawyer was asking him a question, he stated the name of that team, and it had the word tactics in the name of the team, and it was a newly formed team. So does this have something to do with that whole defund the police thing, where they were disbanding certain groups like SWAT teams?
So they had.
So I wonder if they disbanded the SWAT team and then formed this new team under a different name. Yeah, to have the same function. And then they couldn't have the same officers, because then they could say, oh, you guys are just changing the name. Y'all still have the same officers and the same everything. Because it's weird. It's weird because a lot of police officers are former military. And if they are former military, then they would have been in Afghanistan or Iraq, where they would have done a lot of urban warfare. And the tactics that they use to do these raids are similar to the tactics they would have used then. They would have had a shield. And everybody who comes in is lined up behind the shield. So that they're covering everybody. They're covering the left, they're covering the right, and then there's somebody covering the back so that nobody comes in behind them and gets them by surprise. So that whole thing of them having the shield behind, the shield is supposed to be the first one.
The lawyer had to correct him in that. That made no sense. He said the battle ram, then the shield. It makes no sense for the shield to go last. He's tried to imply the same thing about the operations plan. that there's no time when he said it has to be signed before, right? Then he made him read from the SOP because he's trying to say, no. Can you read, please, from the SOP? Now you know why. I know when you do these cases and everybody at home, it's like sometimes it's hard to watch, but you got to not only watch, you got to pay attention even to the most mundane parts. There was a reason why that lawyer, because the lawyers like to set traps. It was a reason why he went over SOPs. Standard operating procedures, right? And
Exactly.
The operating procedure said, this thing has to be signed, and everyone involved needs to sign it before the search warrant is ever conducted. Excellent observation, Sunclaw. Now we know why this guy looks like a clown, and he doesn't know how to speak to the protocol, the training, because he's not actually tactical command. He's just a hired, I don't even want to say it, 300 in the building. What's up, bro? What you got on it?
What's up, man? Remember, I told you I got a surprise for you. I hope I haven't interrupted you, but I want to share what I got for you.
Yeah, let's check it out. I was trying to open it, it wouldn't open.
Hold on.
Drop your link in the chat too, so everybody can subscribe. 300 prepper. Make sure we get prepped. What's the latest news we got over there? Did they take the capital? What we got happening latest on Russia, Kiev this morning? I know the last thing we heard is that everybody was worried because our boy Putin went nuclear, and haven't heard anything. I got up this morning and I've been watching this Breonna Taylor, and I've been wanting to bring it to the audience. And today I knew was the day when they had this gentleman actually testifying. Can't miss out on the opportunity to hear from the guy who actually pulled the trigger. And and what I like with this perfect perspective is sharing things that I don't know that the general public is actually aware of. You know what I mean? Like,
hey, perfect.
Go ahead,
I
please.
want to say something real quick.
Please.
There's no law. What I mean by there's no law that says that he has to get to have the superior sign off on the action plan. There's no law saying that. It's just internal procedure to that particular department. And maybe that needs.
My brother out there driving and working, man, saying prayer. He said maybe that needs to change.
Then they did get no immunity. They get no protection.
I like that. That's tight. Oh, thank you, brother.
Yeah, just if you wanted to add it on your screen or on your channel or whatever, just send me your email address and I can email it to you.
Oh, I'm gonna put it in the back chat right now. That's dope. Check that out, everybody. 300 made that for me, man. That's dope. Perfect timing podcast. Tic Tac. Did you mean to say Tic Tac or did you want to say TikTok? Or are you supposed to say Tic Tac?
No, Tic Tac for the seconds, you know.
Okay. I'm with that. That's fly, man. I know my wife's gonna be jealous.
I couldn't find any other better pictures of you. I wanted to actually ask you to send me a couple of pictures so I can choose a good one for it. But then I looked on your Instagram and that was the best one I picked. Yeah, you have more videos than pictures, you know.
Yeah, man.
So I'm like, damn, does he have adding pictures?
Yeah, man. It's that big welfare green pill bell pepper nose, man. That's why I don't be taking pictures. And then it's hard to take a selfie, even though I love myself, man. It's hard to take a selfie, man. So, yeah. What do people got to say about the artwork? Oh, we lost Sunclaw. Tic Tac for your breath. Bad turtle, bad turtle. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I want to say again, shout out to the Anti-Social Socialite podcast. Thank you for coming through. Everybody, make sure you go check her out. Check out her podcast. I appreciate the support. I appreciate I appreciate you coming into the chat and correcting me. I hope I didn't offend you with my bravado. I do appreciate your support. I want everybody to go subscribe to the Anti-Social Socialite podcast. Please check her out. I'm gonna do the same. Let me go ahead. I'm Anti-Socialite. Let me see if I could give you a rinse so you could drop your link in the chat. So I just gave you a rinse. So go ahead and drop your link in the chat. Oh yeah, man, we so fresh and so clean, man. We so fresh and so clean, man. So go ahead and drop your link in the chat if you're still in the building. And thank you for your participation. I say a lot in my description. I have a sentence that I've been saying for a long time. I say thank you to everyone for every view and for every subscription. It means the world to a YouTube content creator. And it really does. Like when you make a comment, when you like, when you subscribe, like it's dopamines for us. Like for people who create content and who really care about their channel and care about the art, it means everything when someone takes the time to comment, and a woman. So I want to show respect to the women who are brave enough to come into the space and comment and share. You know, I pray for more female viewers and younger viewers, and my female subscription has gone up and my young subscription has gone up. So I want to say thank you and welcome. I believe she's been here before, so I truly appreciate that. Before we get back, 300, man, what you want to share about the case, man? You've been giving some good commentary in the chat. What you want to say? This gentleman right here, 300, is the person who actually shot and killed Breonna Taylor on the night. It's so eerie. It's not funny. It's just sad because he was not knowledgeable. He didn't know about the shield. He didn't have any maps. He was not part of the team. He was just getting overtime, right? So this is the gentleman who shot and killed Breonna Taylor. I would like to know how you feel about what you've heard so far. And maybe Miss 300, if she want to chime in about what you feel about what you heard so far.
Well, Miss 300 is still at work, but as far as I can see, what's going on here is a lot of corruption. As long as I live in this country, I have not seen so many innocent people dying than in any other country. So many Black people got killed for no reason. I have read a lot of reports about other cases, you know, that innocent people and even children. I mean, how can you shoot at a child? It's a child, goddamn. You know, it's a big corruption in this country. I have no other words for that. I don't know what to say.
I agree, brother. Thank you for the. Did you get my email?
Yeah, I'm gonna email it to you.
All right, everybody. My email is bigdn1@gmail.com. It's in my about section. So
yeah, and send me your Facebook account. I couldn't find you.
Okay.
Maybe I'm stupid and don't know how to spell your name.
My Facebook is Patrick Potter. So it's in the description. It's normally in my description. And I don't know why I named it Patrick Potter. I thought that was cute. But people find it difficult to find it. So I'm gonna change it to Perfect Timing Podcast when I get a chance. But right now, currently, I'm on Facebook under Patrick Potter. I like having aliases. You know what I'm saying? I like having aliases. So, but my email is bigdn1@gmail.com. It's on my about section. Anybody want to email me and request I do a certain topic, a certain show, or talk about a certain issue, I welcome that. You know, we did the homeless show. She actually requested that we do that show. So I'm open to requests and I'm open to suggestions, right? So my email is bigden1@gmail.com or at perfecttimingpodcastlive@gmail.com. That's perfecttimingpodcastlive@gmail.com. So that might be a better one for y'all because the other one, everybody emails me at. So not a lot of people have the perfect timing podcast live@gmail.com. So that's the email I created for my podcast company. So y'all can email me there with critique, comments, suggestions, innuendo, you know, fuck you, perfect, whatever you want. Perfect timing podcast live@gmail.com. You know, it's an email, it's open. But I know you're at work, bro, so I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna get back to the video.
That all, no, go ahead.
Number 4, that all personnel have their required equipment, i.e. ballistic vests, weapon, extra magazines, handcuffs, OC spray, ASPS, not sure what that is, and ASP, and reflective armbands. Other equipment such as eye protection and tactical gloves may be necessary for the execution of the search warrant. As each situation will be different, it is at the discretion of the commanding officer in charge of the search warrant detail as to whether this equipment is needed. This does not prevent any personnel assigned to the detail to utilize this equipment at his or her discretion.
Okay. I think you've already covered one of the things that you were not aware of was the availability of the ballistic shield until you guys show up at the door.
Correct.
Now, what's the next paragraph? Prior to serving the warrant.
Prior to serving a warrant, the supervisor in charge will conduct a pre-service meeting for personnel assigned to execute the search warrant. During this meeting, personnel will be assigned to search and entry teams.
Right? And you were assigned to one of those search and entry teams, correct?
Yes.
Right. And then what's the next paragraph?
Supervisor is also responsible for reviewing the search warrant checklist and matrix with the lead detective prior to the pre-service meeting. All personnel involved in the execution of the warrant should be present at the pre-service meeting.
Okay. Now, the checklist and the matrix again we've covered. You never saw either one of those. Actually, that's the answer. You can answer.
Correct.
Right. And you never signed and dated an operations plan.
Correct.
I go to the next page of the items discussed should include.
Okay. The items discussed should include, but not be limited to the following: person in charge, location.
Now, you covered the person in charge was Lieutenant Hoover, correct?
Yes.
So that was covered.
Yes. Location, layout of the premises.
Now, the layout of the premises, that was not covered, correct? You had no idea what the layout of the place was when you went there. Objection.
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead.
Layout of the premises, suspect information, weapons, possibility of children present, possibility of disabled persons present, animals present, chemical hazards, environmental hazard, types of odors, fortifications, fences and walls, probable location of evidence, need for EMS, required equipment, i.e. raid jackets, display badges, other identifications, etc., radio frequencies to be utilized, contingency plan. If a detective is seriously injured and a hospital run is required, access route to the closest hospital, alternate breach entry location. This will be noted on the operation plan.
Is that covered?
No. Surveillance conducted prior to entry.
Was that covered?
Yes, we were told that we had a surveillance, that we had Mike Campbell was being the surveillance person.
Was any information from the surveillance conveyed to you?
Not that I remember specifically.
Again, as we said, you believe there was a female there?
Correct.
All the way down to the last paragraph here on page 44.
Execution of the search warrant. When executing the search warrant, the lead detective will be in the passenger seat of the lead vehicle in order to lead the search warrant team from the vehicle to the target location.
Right, stop. The lead detective in this case wasn't even there, was it? Josh James was the lead detective.
Yes.
He wasn't in the first car going to Springfield, was he?
No, he was not.
He wasn't even at Springfield.
Correct.
Now, on page 45.
Yes.
Right, let's go all the way down to an officer may break in.
Let me see that. Are you familiar with this? Thinking, not really, no.
If you feel like you need to review the document prior to answering a question, take your time to do that.
That's what are you reading? Okay.
Where are we?
Page 45. Narcotics, SOPs.
An officer may break into and enter any premises or vehicle when necessary for the execution of a search warrant if number one, the officer has previously announced his or her identity and purpose, reasonably believes that either the admittance is being denied or unreasonably delayed, or that the premises or vehicle is unoccupied.
Number two.
Two, the officer has probable cause to believe that given notice would endanger the life or safety of any person or the destruction of evidence is imminent.
Now, number two did not, to your understanding, number two did not apply in this situation.
Say that again.
Was it your belief that you all had probable cause to believe that giving notice would endanger the life or safety of any person or the destruction of evidence is imminent? Because you all actually gave notice, correct?
Right, yes.
So two did not apply. That's for no.
Yeah, correct.
All right, so let's talk about number one. May break into and enter any premises if, for the execution of a search warrant, if the officer has previously announced his identity, and you indicated that occurred.
Yes.
All right, and purpose, and reasonably believes either that admittance or being denied. Did y'all have any reason to believe that your admittance was being denied?
I'm not sure I understand that correctly. Denying is the door was not being opened, so that is how I would interpret it.
This might be a good time for us to take a break. So ladies and gentlemen, it's 5 till 3. Let's take a recess until 10 after 3. And please remember the separation admonition.
This is very damning testimony. Extremely damning testimony. It's so damning that they wanted to take a break and he didn't even answer that last question. He didn't even answer that last question. He can't answer some of these questions. I bet he can't believe that he's not being charged in the shooting death of Breonna Taylor. He was so ill prepared. He couldn't even answer the last question. Like 300 said, this is a poor reflection of America and the people who are supposed to protect you. The thing about this, this is not a criminal. The individual testifying, the individual who murdered Breonna Taylor is a police officer, supposedly a highly trained detective. He's not a criminal, but look at his behavior. Look at his behavior. I got a special report. I got breaking news, special report coming in right now. I got breaking news, special report coming in right now. Hot off the presses, man. Breaking news, Sacramento. Breaking news, special report, man. Breaking news, special report, man. We going to Sacramento right now. Breaking news, special report, y'all. We got breaking news, y'all. We got breaking news, special report. We're going to Sacramento right now. Breaking news, special report. We're going to Sacramento. Breaking news, special report right now. Breaking news, special report.
A lot, Rain. It's 8:32, and this is terrible story that we're following to Sacramento. Will Tran has been doing a great job on a story that is just even hard to cover and give you the details of what happened because it's so horrendous.
Yeah, apparently a father shot and killed his 3 young children and another adult who happened to be as part of this supervised meeting between him and his kids. Will Tran live for us up in Sacramento. He's been following the very latest, talking with representatives from the church now, trying to get a better idea of what happened. Will?
We may never know exactly what happened because the person with all the answers, he turned the gun on himself. The church is right behind me. Instead of being a place of worship yesterday, this was a crime scene. This all went down at around 5 o'clock last night. He was there for a supervised visit with his daughters, ages 9, 10, and 13 years old. He had a temporary restraining order against him. He's 39 years old. His name's still not released to the public. This went down at a time when so many people were inside their homes, including kids, when all of a sudden shots rang out. They could hear it inside their homes. At first, they thought it was firecrackers. And then a few minutes later, they saw police officers rush to the scene, take it over. Ambulances, paramedics came here as well. Unfortunately, it was so horrific that the 3 girls were not able to be saved, including the person who was there to help watch the supervised visit by the father. Got a chance to talk to neighbors. Here's their heartbreaking account of exactly what happened.
We didn't think of it as gunshots. I mean, it was broad daylight. I just got home. Nothing like that ever happens in broad daylight like that. And then my wife just told me that she believes she heard gunshots too, but we weren't sure until like 3 minutes later. Then all the police show up, the whole units, everything. So we knew it was something serious. I just didn't know what.
You're a father.
Yeah.
Am I seeing tears in your eyes? Did you talk to your kids last night?
Yeah, I had to talk to my kids, let them know, like it's things like this happen, but unfortunately it's like you can't do nothing about it. I mean, we only just pray and hope that things get better,
What did your kids ask you?
They wanted to know what was going on. They didn't know. I mean, they seen all the police. They didn't know. We just thought we didn't want to think the worst because it's a church, So we just hoped everything was okay, but unfortunately it just didn't end like that.
I see tears in your eyes. I'm a dad too.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, no, it hurts. It really does, It just, especially seeing the little kid on the ground, just like, yeah, it broke my heart, man.
Thank you so much.
Sorry.
You can see flowers in front of the church. This place has some people living there, and they are rocked this morning. Neighbors tell me they have not seen a church member since last night. They describe this person's position as an elder. That person normally would already be out helping people, and it would not be unheard of for this person to step in to watch the kids while the kids were with their father. So it might not necessarily have been a court employee per se, but somebody who agreed to help out with a estranged wife and her husband. that person's name not being released, whoever that person is. I just want to show you how close it is to homes. This is the church in Sacramento. That's the name of it. It is smack dab in the middle of a neighborhood. You can see how close the homes are to the church. Many people were inside, including a lot of kids. They had to be explained exactly what happened. And because these are kids of school age, 9, 10, and 13 years old, more than likely, there are grief counselors dispatched to their schools this morning so they can help the kids at the school understand exactly what happened. But again, how do you explain the unexplainable? Back to you.
That's tough. Thank you very much, Will.
It's 8:36, right?
Grief counselors for the kids. He said, how do you explain the unexplainable? I said, my podcast is a place where we discuss the undiscussable. We discussing Breonna Taylor's death being justified, and I just got a breaking news report of a father who had a restraining order against him for not being able to see his 3 daughters. And I don't know what happened, but he's gone, the 3 daughters are gone, and the mom is gone. I don't see how that's a solution. We've been talking a lot, and I got upset yesterday. I'm fed up with the manosphere. I'm fed up with the men. I'm fed up with black men. I'm fed up with the manosphere. People think that this red pill rhetoric and the garbage that these men spew on here don't have no consequences. And these men need help. I know how he feels. I've been frustrated like that, not being able to see my kid. And there's no solution in that. Nobody wins now what? You still can't see your kids and they don't get to grow up. That's not a solution. The red pill rage is not a solution. It's just not. It's so antiquated. It's such a dead. It's no more red pill, blue pill. Just stop. Stop calling men simps. Stop calling men red pill and blue pill. Just stop. It don't matter. All that matters is you get to be a father and you get to raise your children. It doesn't matter how other men characterize you. All that matters is what your child thinks of you. And stop keeping children away from their fathers. And men, stop having sex with women who don't love you, because they not going to love your children and they not going to see any problem with keeping you away from the child because they don't love you, they don't love the child. Any woman who loves a child would not do that. This Breonna Taylor case is so much to unpack. At a church, in a school, you got 13-year-old children now have to go through grief counseling. And but the thing is, they get it because they see their father on the weekend. All this single parent homes, 75% divorce rate. So they know what happened. The dad was frustrated because the mom wouldn't let him see the kids and he shot everybody. The kids get it. The kids are going to understand it. It's simple. It's the parents, it's us adults that's doing this stupid shit. A father kills 3 kids at a church during a supervised visitation, and he had a restraining order. I've been that dad. After paying $3,000 a month, after going to court, after getting this day, after missing my son, crying, spending money on lawyers, going to court, because all this pressure on me as a black man. Because if I don't do this, I'm not a good man. I'm not a good father. So I have to do all of this. I have to pay all this money. I have to get all emotional. I have to get all worked up just to get this couple hour visits. And I'm so running around by the woman, by the system, that I never figured that I can't be a father with this mental state in 6 hours on Saturday. I can't parent a human being in 6 hours. They knew that. The counselors, the psychologists, the mom, even my son, after a while, understood that this visit is bullshit. You can't be my dad in 6 hours. I didn't get it. I fought for it. I paid for it. That wasn't being a father. Me and him don't have a relationship now. She don't give a fuck. He don't give a fuck. I went through all this trauma, lost all this money. That's why I be on here and I tell men full custody or no custody. I tell men don't do what I do because I went through it. Don't throw your life away. Don't throw the child life away. You can move on. I remarried. I have a family. I have a wife and children who love me now. That woman did not love me. That woman in this situation with those 3 children does not love you. And I know it's hard sometimes to move on, but in life, we need to be able to move on. You will be blessed again. Before my grandmother passed away, she said, D, that family is gone. Because I wanted to go get a gun and go get my kids and go get my family back. And my grandmother, before she passed away, the one thing she wanted me to understand, because she knew my heart and she knew what I would do, she said, D, did you repent today? And I was so upset. And I just wanted to tell her everything that went wrong. And she said, D, did you repent today? And I said, no, Grandma. And she said, you got to repent. So we prayed and I prayed, God, will you forgive me for the error of my ways and give me guidance so I don't make the same mistake twice. And she said, D, that family is gone. That family is never coming back. And I had 3 kids and a wife. And I was like, how can you say, like, this is real people, human beings. How can I let go of 3 human beings? That's my children I raised. She said, that family is gone. But if you can accept that that family is gone, you will have another family. But there's nothing you could do. You cannot make that woman love you. You cannot make that woman allow you to parent those children, not in this current system. If she takes those kids away, which she had done, my grandmother was educating me that they were gone. There was nothing I could do to bring them back. There's a court case now. The gentleman who shot both of those women, he's going to court now. I might show that case. There's nothing you could do to bring those kids back. You have to accept what has taken place in your life. You have to accept the loss if you ever want to win again. A lot of men in this space, they are so traumatized because you have lost. We all lose. It's part of life. It builds character. But if you can't accept the loss, like LeBron James accepted the loss. It felt so much sweeter when he beat Steph. That's why he wore that shirt. That's why he trolled him. It was hard for King James to lose against the Golden State Warriors. He had to accept that loss and come back. He even came back with a different team. But he trolled Steph Curry and he beat him. He would not make it back to battle against Steph Curry and beat him because Steph Curry is the best. I'm not the king. I'm not the best if I don't beat the best. The Warriors and Curry are the best. They are the best. They're better than me. If I beat them, then I'm really the king. Nigga, you can't say I'm not the king. If I beat Curry and the Warriors, I am the fucking king. But in order to do that, I have to accept my losses. You got Gilbert Arenas, you got Kwame Brown, you have a lot of immature black men and boys who cannot accept the L. and they never made it to the big show. Marriage, children, the house, the everything, that's the big show. When the show is over and the curtains is closing, you be like, oh, fuck. I didn't get married. I didn't have kids. I didn't get to see my daughter get married. I didn't get to kiss my grand. God, don't close the curtain. It's so much life. I was consumed with me. All I did was just get high and fucking just do things. It's so much. Don't close the curtain. We Love Soul. That's a great movie with Jamie Foxx. When he dies, he sees as the curtain closes, he's like, God, don't close the curtain. I didn't get to play that song. I didn't get to dance that dance. I didn't get to kiss that kiss. I miss my sons, man. That's why I created Father Power. When I heard about that white dude who was doing the oil changes, that shit made me feel good, man. Because that means Father Power is real and it works and there's an audience for it, even though it hasn't found me. It's out there and God gonna connect it soon. I just gotta be patient. I want to say a prayer for those individuals, for those children in that church, for everybody in Sacramento dealing with that pain. I pray a covering over you. I pray a covering over the souls of those individuals. I pray that they're resting in the bosom of the Lord and free from pain. I pray for the mental stability of the children and those individuals affected by this event. I pray for the family of Breonna Taylor. When my little cousin was murdered, my auntie, she passed away. She never rested. This street shit, like 300 could speak to it. He grew up with people being murdered close. She never recovered. He was shot in the heart at 18. I seen it so much. We grew up in war zones. People on TV, you think you know, you don't know. You're not supposed to bury your child. She never recovered. She never was my auntie again. My best friend was murdered. His wife was never the same. Pieces be gone. Curry is the best. 300 said there's millions of sick women who don't let their fathers see their children. After 18 months of a pandemic, I tell you, and my mama passed away, I have to pray. And I don't even like being around people right now because people don't know how to treat people. And I'm not in a good place. And I'll be like, do you realize we've been in a pandemic? Do you realize we've been quarantined? I'm not in the mood. It ain't even the fact that my mother passed away. I'm not in the mood. Everybody hurting, EDD, dried up motherfuckers is hurting. I'm not in the mood. I'm not in the mood for the millennial, the Z, the X. I'm not in the mood. I'm not in the mood. This father wasn't in the mood. He wasn't in the mood. And I don't know why women don't get the mental pressure cooker that men have been under for the past 3 years. Not being able to work and provide for your family is extremely stressful. He just wanted to see his babies. And he probably talked to God and like, God, I just need to see him so I could just go on. I'm not doing good. I'm coming apart. I just need to see my baby girls. And he probably prayed, and that woman, for whatever reason, masochistically picked one last time. Because she saw that bubble ready to burst. She saw that man ready to crush. And knowing that he needed those children, knowing he needed that connection to keep going, she got a joy, a masochistic joy out of fucking with that man. I know you need to see these kids. I know you need it. I know you need it, or you might do something bad. I know you need it. And guess what? That is giving me an erection. That is making my pussy wet. That's the definition of masochistic. I know he needs to see these kids. It gets me off to make him upset. No one's talking about the mental health problem in our communities, and children are suffering. The torture that fathers are going through. It's torture that fathers are going through. You can't just chalk this man up as an evil person. That's why they say father kills 3 daughters, because he's not a criminal. He's not a devil. He's a father.